brick and used charcoal to heat it. This pizza was crazy heavy, so we used the cat to get it into the oven. Once it was in place, we covered the oven with aluminum to trap in the heat. All we had to do now was wait and enjoy some cold drinks. We couldn't believe how well this thing turned out. It looked and smelled amazing. Let us know in the comments, what should we cook next on the job site? We attempted to cook a massive pizza on the job site using a custom 4-foot pan and a smooth drum roller to roll the dough. First, I blew flour all over the drum with a leaf blower. We didn't want 25 pounds of dough sticking to the roller. I know what you're thinking. Yes, we cleaned the roller drum, at least the part that would touch the dough. I stacked 2 1/4-inch boards on either side, minus the thickness of the pan. This gave us a 3/8-inch crust, which worked out perfect. I used a concrete float to spread the sauce. This worked awesome. Honestly, if I had my own pizza shop, this is how I would do it. 3 full hard hats of mozzarella and pepperoni sliced with my Milwaukee hacksaw. We built an oven with some leftover.
Papa John's, we need to bring back the pan pizzas. You see, when I first started, we were selling them like crazy.
Well, that's it? You're just gonna walk out?
Oh, top marks. Like I said, you are perceptive.
Professor I know would never.
This is what I have for breakfast as a weeb living in Japan. I have eggs just about every morning. With their quality so high, they're incredibly delicious and, well, they have a lot of protein. Next I have some kind of fish. Today it's grilled mackerel. Since real fruit is disgustingly expensive here, I sometimes have orange juice which doesn't cost an arm and a leg. And although my terrible diet's no surprise to anyone, I too like to eat vegetables. Salads require almost no prep and they don't taste that bad. Also, rice is a staple for breakfast, lunch, and dinner in Japan. Last but not least, I make black coffee or unsweetened tea. Today it's black coffee because I hate flavor and have a sick addiction to pain. What did you eat today? This is what I have for breakfast as a weeb living in Japan. I have eggs just about every morning. With their quality so high, they're incredibly delicious and, well, they have a lot of protein. Next I have some kind of fish. Today it's grilled mackerel. Since real fruit is disgustingly expensive here, I sometimes have orange juice which doesn't cost an arm.
Dito ka na sa tama, ang timpla.
The joke's on you!
When families gather for the holidays, fun activities are often planned to make core memories together. The Jones family decided to go caving at Nutty Putty. but they had no idea of the devastating loss their family would suffer. This is the fatal breakdown of the Nutty Putty Cave tragedy. John Jones was ready for some family fun when they decided to explore the Nutty Putty Cave in the Utah desert near Salt Lake City. He had not been to this particular cave before, but he and his brother Josh had spent much of their youth caving in a variety of Utah caves. He considered himself to be an experienced caver, though his exploring had slowed down in recent years. He had gotten married, had a child, and was currently a medical student at University of Virginia. This made for a busy regular schedule, which left little time for cave exploring. During the Thanksgiving break, he was returning home to relax with family for the holiday. They planned a day of hiking and exploring at Nutty Putty, which is considered a beginner's cave by most. The main areas of the cave were interesting for everyone. There was the maze room, which had openings and tunnels leading around large boulders. There was a large ramped area called the slide. Tunnels leading areas of the cave were interesting for everyone. Considered a beginner's cave by most. The main areas of the cave were interesting for everyone. There was the maze room, which had openings and tunnels leading around large boulders. There was a large ramped area called the slide, where the entire room sloped down at a 45-degree angle with a rope to guide you down. This cave system was well mapped in most of the traversable areas. There were also well-known areas that were more challenging, like the birth canal or the aorta crawl. These areas were tight and difficult to pass, so only more experienced cavers would be attempting to squeeze through these passages. Even with the known challenges, people still found themselves stuck in tight squeezes in these tunnels. Nutty Putty had just recently been opened back up to the public, after being closed for several years because of cavers getting stuck in these difficult squeezes. They were passable for some, but others would find that their shoulders or hips would just not pass, no matter how hard they pulled against the rock. After wedging themselves in the narrow space, they were completely stuck, requiring serious assistance to inch out backwards. Because of these rescues, a new permit-style entry was required, listing 2 experienced cavers per group. Josh had obtained a permit for a group to explore the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, November 24, 2009. John's pregnant wife Emily stayed back at the house with their 1-year-old daughter Lizzie to enjoy a more relaxing evening with the in-laws. Their group of 11 family and friends started off in the main open cave sections. Eventually, John and his brother Josh took 2 friends off to find more challenging tunnels to try. They had heard stories about the birth canal and consulted the map for its location. It was known to be a long, tight passage with a particularly tight squeeze near the end. If you could just get past the narrowest part, there would be a small room at the end to stand up and turn around. They knew that the birth canal would be tight and could be panic-inducing, even for experienced cavers. They spread out to try to find this particular tunnel. John and Josh took the passage on the left, moving through a small tunnel for around 15 feet. It undulated up and down in several elevations over the next 10 feet. There were outcroppings of rocks and tight squeezes that required a caver to twist their body in several orientations to get shoulders past, then hips, and finally twisting legs so that they bend in the proper direction. It was not a matter of simply pulling your body forcefully through a tight hole. This area was called the corkscrew because the few who had been through it were small and flexible, using all their skills to maneuver slowly through the panic-inducing contortions. After the corkscrew area, the passage angles up for another 5 feet or so, then turns down over a rock ledge with a sharp 90-degree bend to the left. Up until now, cavers had used this small area after the corkscrew to turn back on themselves if needed, and head back through the difficult section. 5 years before, a 16-year-old boy named Brock Clark was stuck in this corkscrew section. He was only 5 foot 7 inches tall and weighed 140 pounds, but got wedged when he was trying to turn around. It took 14 hours for rescuers to free him. John was in the exact spot where Brock got stuck trying to turn around. Since John was 6 feet tall and 200 pounds, he clearly knew that turning around in this part of the tunnel was not an option for him. He was in a 12-inch high space, with not enough lateral area for his pressed body to ball up for a turn. He pushed forward to the ledge area and squeezed over the top of it. It was a tight area to get through, but he thought he could see it open up down below. He sucked in his stomach and pressed himself through the squeeze, pulling forward on the rocks in front of him. He would be moving head first in a downwards angle now, but it looked like there was an area ahead to turn around. John didn't know it, but no one else had ever crossed over this ledge before. He was in completely uncharted territory. Despite being in an extremely tight and uncomfortable position, John kept his cool. He was certain that there would be an opening ahead. All along he thought he was in some part of the birth canal, where many cavers had felt stuck in the constricting tunnel, but ended up being just fine once they reached the other side. Once he passed through a tight zone, he started to slide toward the bottom of this tunnel. He was nearly doing a handstand, trying to hold his body up and figure out how to push backwards. He still couldn't turn, and ended up in some part of the birth canal, where many cavers had felt stuck in the constricting tunnel, but ended up being just fine once they reached the other side. Once he passed through a tight zone, he started to slide toward the bottom of this tunnel. He was nearly doing a handstand, trying to hold his body up and figure out how to push backwards. He still couldn't turn, and now he was upside down. Gravity was pulling his 200-pound body against the fading strength of his arms. He yelled out to his brother Josh and told him not to follow him, but to go back out. They discussed his options and decided that moving forward to try to turn around was the best idea. He was collapsing onto his shoulders and head at this point, and needed to make a move to get out of this vertical position. His headlamp gave him a glimpse of a hole in the floor ahead, which might lead to a larger space. He felt a little more hopeful now, thinking that they would be laughing about this misadventure over Thanksgiving dinner. He made the slight turn and headed towards the hole. Exactly how he got himself into this tunnel hole is unknown. It's thought that he may have slipped, hit his head, and became wedged in the tight space. The other thought was that he looked in the hole, but misjudged what he saw, thinking it was an opening and not simply a dead-end fissure. Either way, John had ended up in a small opening in the bottom of this tunnel, which was impossibly narrow. Just 18 inches by 10 inches, not much bigger than the screen of a laptop computer. John found himself wedged nearly completely upside down at a 70-degree angle. He had spent some time trying to push himself back upwards out of this hole. It was exhausting. His arms were pinned in a useless position, one folded under his chest, and the other trapped on a rock down by his side. He strained against the walls and quickly realized that all of his effort would not move him back up 5 feet to the shallow tunnel. His calves and feet were still free up in the passage, but his legs were now wedged on the smallest side of the hole, only 8 inches wide. He started yelling for Josh again. His brother knew that he was trying to turn around, so his yells were not a good sign. Josh made his way back into this tight space and traversed the corkscrew path. But unlike his brother, he went feet first this time. He continued toward the sound of John's voice, up over the ledge. He finally came to an alarming sight. He could see the end of his brother's legs sticking out of the rock, as if it had swallowed him whole. He inched forward until his feet could squeeze one of John's legs. He tried to grip and pull up, while John pushed from his end. After several futile attempts, they were both feeling exhausted and frustrated. Josh could see that this was very serious, and they would need professional help to get him out. They agreed that Josh should go get help, and John should try, as much as possible, to stay calm and relaxed. While Josh went for help, one of the other family friends went into the area to speak to John and let him know that he wasn't alone. For several hours, John just remained trapped upside down, focused mostly on the chore of breathing. The fissure squeezed his chest, where only shallow breaths were possible. All of his efforts to move up had actually settled him deeper into the crack. As time went on, gravity continued to pull him against the rough walls of the tunnel, tightening its grip on his exhausted body. Once help had arrived, the first cave rescuer, Susie Matola, made her way to where John was stuck. It was now 12:30 in the morning, and John had been upside down for 3 hours. Susie was just 5 feet 3 inches tall, so working her way through the corkscrew area was much easier for her. Ropes had been tied to her ankles as a precaution in case she got stuck as well. She checked on how John was doing and let him know that they'd be getting him out. He must have had a small wave of relief, thinking that professional help had arrived and he would soon be free of this trap. Susie tied webbing straps around his legs and then fed it back to the pit where the tunnel started. Several attempts were made to pull on the ropes to leverage John back up and out of the fissure. There was just too much friction on the ropes to make any effective release on John. He was still pinned, without the use of his arms to fully assist. After attempting a few things and considering many aggressive options, the decision was made to enlist a pulley system in order to help lift John up and out. A pulley had been successfully used when Brock Clark was stuck 5 years before. Even though they had a plan of how to help, this was not an easy location to work in. Each piece of equipment would need to be brought in from the entrance, which took nearly an hour to reach the other side of Corkscrew. The tunnel was extremely tight, and only smaller power tools could be carried in and out. Only one person could be in there to assist at a time, and they would need to be small or wiry to effectively move through the passage. It was just not an ideal situation. Each pulley took an extraordinary amount of time to install. During this time, cavers were trying to talk with John, console him, and share stories to keep him calm and talking. He was a devout Mormon and spent time praying and singing to seek solace in this unreal situation. John had spent the night upside down and was showing signs of the physical limitations of the body to withstand this position. The human body was not made to be upside down for long. The entire circulatory system is designed using pulses of pressure from the heart to move blood forward through the system, while valves and fibrous vessels would hold blood and stop it from going backwards. This one-way flow balances pressure, gravity, and valves to keep oxygen available to all tissues and to remove toxins from the body through the kidneys. John's body had been fighting gravity for more than 12 hours. The brain was not built to withstand this kind of fluid pressure. Fluids were building up in his lungs, and toxins were starting to accumulate from the lack of proper circulation. His organs were pressing on his lungs, and each breath was an exhausting effort for muscles not built for such work. His breathing was slowing, and he was completely spent from the effort. Throughout the night, he had gone from being completely calm and lucid to helplessly thrashing his legs and hallucinating. It was excruciating to watch for the rescuers. They were helpless, exhausted, and feeling trapped themselves. The air in this cave system was warm and damp. It took a concerted effort to remain calmly breathing when you are restricted and can't move or even breathe properly. But the rescuers knew they could get out when needed. John didn't have that luxury. He couldn't expand his chest to breathe, and the air around him was losing its oxygen concentration little by little. During this time, a wired telecom system was brought down to where John was stuck. His wife spoke with him, encouraging him to hang on and be faithful. John assured her that he would be out with her soon. It wasn't until 4 o'clock that day that they finally got the pulleys in place to move him. Ryan Schertz was in the tunnel when the system was ready to try. John's body had settled into the narrow side of the opening, so Ryan had to push his legs over as the team pulled from outside. Each heave moved him inch by inch up out of the hole. By this time, John's legs were in excruciating pain. A rope had been tied around his legs for hours as rescuers tried various methods to help him out. They were completely blue and had no discernible pulse, yet each tug had him call out to stop as his nerves were ultra-sensitive at this point. They paused to give him a moment to gather himself, and then tried again. It seemed to be working. John was finally being pulled up out of this hole. He was raised enough for Ryan to look down to make actual eye contact with him, and passed down a tube to drink Gatorade. This effort was extremely slow going, and they were all exhausted from the difficult effort. Ryan was squeezed in a tunnel just 12 inches high, and had his head near John's legs as they worked him slowly out of the tight 10-inch fissure. Although they were making some progress in lifting him up, they were no closer to getting him out. His legs were hitting the low ceiling above his tunnel, and twisting them into the passage was impossible. He had no control over his legs now, after 19 hours upside down. Without his help to delicately bend his knees to the side, they were strongly considering breaking his legs to get him back into the passage, because time was running out for John. Then, in a sudden moment of blinding pain, Ryan blacked out. When he came to, he was bleeding heavily and confused. The rope, holding the pulley to a natural arch section in the cave, broke and whipped the carabiner and pulley directly into Ryan's face. He suffered damage to his face, lip, and tongue, as well as a concussion. He had to get out of there quickly, into the passage, because time was running out for John. Then, in a sudden moment of blinding pain, Ryan blacked out. When he came to, he was bleeding heavily and confused. The rope, holding the pulley to a natural arch section in the cave, broke and whipped the carabiner and pulley directly into Ryan's face. He suffered damage to his face, lip, and tongue, as well as a concussion. He had to get out of there quickly. John was back where he started, completely wedged in the tunnel with the circulation to his arms cut off and his legs completely dead. He was unable to help free himself in any way. This moment started the final demise of John Jones. After Ryan was checked out in the pit and then sent off to the hospital, his father Dave took his place in the passage with John. It took an hour to re-establish the pulley lines, and Dave tried to tie a rope around John's body, but couldn't get the rope past his wedged torso. All the time Dave was with John, he was not responsive. This entire operation required John's help to effectively rescue him. There was no way to lift his 200-pound, 6-foot frame without him pushing and trying to leverage himself in some way. In Dave's effort to tie up John, he got himself stuck for about 15 minutes. Their desperate effort to help save this man had put both his son and himself in danger. It was a devastating reality. Once he had pushed himself back into the 12-inch tunnel, he was exhausted and had to leave. Brandon Kowalis took his place and brought in the telecom system so John's family could talk to him. His wife Emily expressed her love and told him to take a break and rest after all of his effort. She still truly believed he would be coming out, but Brandon could see what she could not. John was no longer responsive, and no signs of life could be heard. Over the previous several hours, Ryan reported the gurgling breaths that John was struggling with. Now, there was silence. The rescue team gathered in the pit area inside the cave and discussed the situation. It was determined that a medical professional would need to confirm that he had actually passed. A paramedic was sent into the tight section to confirm what was suspected. At 11:56 on Wednesday, November 25th, John Jones was pronounced dead. The rescue teams worked for 24 hours straight to try to free John, but it was just not possible with his upside-down position. The clock was ticking, and he just ran out of time. John survived an extraordinary 27 hours in an inverted position, which is 3 times longer than what was predicted as possible. The 6 rescue personnel who actually reached John in that rocky prison were truly heroic. They willfully placed themselves in a portion of the cave that was unmapped with many known risks. They were selfless in their efforts, maintained a calm demeanor, and never gave up on a seemingly impossible rescue. After they determined that recovering the body would be impossible, John was left to rest in the Ed's Push section of the Nutty Putty Cave for eternity. The entire cave system was closed off with concrete, never to be explored again. A plaque was placed there to commemorate the life of John Jones. Again. A plaque was placed there to commemorate the life of John Jones.
Decompressed violently in an instant. The 6 men of the Byford Dolphin oil rig found themselves in history's most gruesome diving accident. What began as a routine saturation dive ended up an absolute horror. However, only one would make it out, and not without severe injuries. On Saturday, November 5th, 1983, without severe injuries. On Saturday, November 5th, 1983, while drilling in the Frigg gas field in the Norwegian sector of the North Sea, the divers Roy P. Lucas, Edwin Coward, Truls Hellevik, and Bjorn Ivar Bergeson were tasked with maintenance deep beneath the rig. Assisting them were 2 brave dive tenders, William Crammond and Martin Saunders. Truls Hellevik and Bjorn Bergensen descended to a depth of 295 feet for maintenance on the bottom frame of the drilling structure. The ability to reach such depths were made possible through the use of a diving bell, which could be connected to a set of chambers where the divers temporarily lived. Unlike other divers, they spend up to 28 days in a cramped, high-pressure chamber, working, eating, and sleeping. On the Byford Dolphin, the oil company expected the divers to work long, 18-hour
Minions have spawned on the antidote. for the rivers of poison flowing beneath us all. Feed the beast, albeit small. The void consumes everything, leaving only emptiness in its wake. I was spared for a reason. I am not afraid. This is my purpose. Learn it. Get up, stand firm, strike hard. Monsters are everywhere. Old rule number 1, don't die. I return stronger than I left. They will come. We'll be ready. Hold up there. Catch them in there.
First love.
This world is changing. We decide into what. Don't be long. We're stronger together. Imagine a place where it's always night and you're holding faith.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't have to imagine. I've been there. I can make a difference here. Exploit their mistakes.
Uy na naman.
has been slain.
I'll be your monster. Stay alert. Stay aggressive. Executed. In the void, I have no one. I was a doomed outsider. Here, people are everywhere. And they are all mine.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
This suit hunts in the manner I choose. This place is beautiful. I'm going to save it.
Never falter.
My suit hungers.
Never falter.
Killing spree.
That's 3.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I came back for the others who could not.
An enemy has been slain.
They can run, but they can't hide.
An enemy has been slain.
Then they would see that I can show them a better way. This skin lives on me and hunts me. be fooled. Oh, trees. How I missed them.
An ally has been slain.
Survival is an instinct we all have.
Dominating.
Yes! Six.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
The hunt will resume. I survived the race, but here is where my story has its best. The hunting ground has changed, but the hunt is the same.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. Legendary. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
The things we carry should lift us up, not weigh us down. Memories, love, and hope are the lightest necessities. Forgiveness is hard.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
This skin lives on me and hunts with me. A moving target lives longer.
Ally has been slain.
Never falter.
I like it. I just might stay.
Rampage.
Survival means never stopping. The void knows that too.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
10 down.
Rampage. Shut down.
That's a dozen for me.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Only a child, and no one came to save me. It's a good day for a hunt. Feed the beast, will be its meal. Starlight reflection. I was spared for a reason.
Has been slain.
This is my face. Learn.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Look closely, and your prey will show. This place is too beautiful to be decimated by the void. Get up, stand firm, strike hard.
An ally has been slain.
Believe it, Kaiser. Will they now see? I can do this. Let go of the anger. It does not serve. Maybe someday they will come to accept. For now, they will need me. Void rule number 1. Don't die.
An ally has been slain. You
Ay, batang Quiapo. Ba't lagi ko nasabi yung Batang Quiapo sa probinsya?
Mga kasama nila, Baby Giant at saka Nico. Kuya
Kilala ko yan, mga...
Gusto nyo, sa TV na ito napapanood.
Pinipisil yung kamay ko, ibig sabihin, wag daw ako, parang hindi ko to pwedeng baratin ha. Tingnan mo, dalang.
Parang kalahati lang eh.
Dalang.
Gusto nyo, malaki pangangailangan ko.
Hindi lang, masakit. Hindi na mo. Nakakamay mo, pang ilang giant na ito pumunta sa atin. Oh.
Pangalawa.
Pangalawang giant.
Kita ko yung mga vlog nyo, mga taot-taot ka dito eh.
Siyempre.
Oo ba? Kagabi kasama ko yan.
Saan?
Kumimik kami.
Eh,
Hindi yung babae kasama mo?
katabi ko yan matulog eh.
Dahil, hindi ba iniwala to?
Napapanood ko na sa...
Yeah, ganun yung
Oo, yung tatay niya, mas matangkad.
Ilan?
Basta matangkad eh.
Matangkad?
Oo, ngayon, pinamana niya sa akin yung, yung chinedas niya.
Uy.
Parang napapanood ko na sa mga YouTube channel mo, sa mga content mo, bumibili ka ng mga antique.
Antique, mga lupa siya, pero...
Sabi daw ng mama.
Bumarat dito.
Okay, na ako
Sa
Amerikano.
Ito yung...
May crocs na pala yung lolo mo!
Lolo ko, may crocs na nung araw.
Grabe.
Yung lolo ko, may crocs na nung araw.
Grabe.
Ganyan ang pangalan lolo mo?
Oo.
Gano'n ka laki lolo mo?
Parang kasi laki yata na building na to eh.
Laki.
Gumalaw. Pagkamali, gumalaw na. Sabi ko, malaki.
Sinira ko.
Nanira pa yata ako.
Nanira pa yung isa namin.
Kaya nga, galing sa lolo ko to.
Yan, chinelas ng lolo mo.
Sinelas sa lolo ko, pinamana sa akin, gamitin ko daw. Ang problema lang,
Ang laki!
Laki.
medyo malaki sa akin.
Hindi ba si Gulayat ang lolo mo?
Sabi ko,
Ito baka maano ng mga manunod. Malaki siya talaga.
Ang laki. Grabe, oh.
Tignan mo, parang kalahati ng mga katawan ninyong dalawang mag-asawa, oh.
Gato siya, ang laki, ang laki. Meron pa tayong ano?
Grabe, ang liit pala natin.
Sukatin. So yun, kakatapos lang natin malingin, anti-aging, tsaka nyo, dry, sunblock. Sukatin natin ha. Ito ang paa ng lolo mo.
Yan ang paa ng lolo ko. Kita mo naman, hindi naman bago yan. Bunok na yan.
Sana yung lolo mo? Pucha!
Oo, paa ng lolo ko. Kita mo naman, hindi naman bago yan. Bunok na yan.
Sana yung lolo mo? Pucha!
Oo.
Wala siya world biggest.
26.
26 half.
20 lang ay, itong sapatos ko, 11.
Ako 8 lang ako. Yung mga ilang paso.
Grabe. Ngayon lang ako nakakita nito.
Pero hindi, ilalagay mo dyan pang display.
Kaso tanga daw ang lolo ko eh.
Bakit?
Kasi magkaiba ang kulay eh.
Baka naiwan sa ibang bahay yung isa.
O kaya ano siya, maporma. Hindi ko kasi naabutan eh. Siguro
Ganyan
ano yun.
Ano?
Ha?
Ano yun?
Pwede na sa-
Pinagawa or ano? Ano yun?
50 mil.
20 mil?
50, tig 25. Kaliwat kanan yan eh. Tig 25.
Isa
Basta
Magkano
yung
ang
original yan. Ay tama naman, oo.
Magkano ang isang crocs ngayon? Ganito, 4,000?
Yung maliit lang Oo, mga ganun, 4,000. Sa Crocs mismo. Wala pa yung mga...
Walang pan-design.
Oo.
Pares,
Huwag mo nang tawaran.
masyadong mahal yung 50,000.
Di ba 4,000?
Ayusin mo ha. Ayusin mo ha. Yung medyo maayos ha.
Siyempre gamit.
Ayusin mo, pati mo inayos mo tayo. Hindi ako magdadalawang isip. Kahit sabihin mo, nandito tayo sa home court mo.
Ang laki niyan.
Sasampal ko sa'yo nung pag-ganun.
Pwede ng tirato ni Baby Giant eh. Pag si
Ay,
Baby...
kasya siguro si Baby
Hindi,
Giant.
ito. Pwede ng tirato ni Baby Giant eh. Pag
Ay, kasya siguro si Baby
Hindi,
Giant.
ito, salbabida to ni Baby Giant. Pag sumakay si Baby Giant dito sa dagat, di na siya... Ayan.
Yan.
7,000.
Gabi ka naman galing sa... Sabi ko sa'yo, hindi ako magdadalawang isip eh.
Masyadong mahal.
O sige, ano? Kalahati, 50%.
At saka magkaiba ng
Antin
design.
pumunta pa ako dito ha.
Magkaiba ng design.
Ha?
Geng-geng nga, lolo ko.
Ay, oo, magkaiba ng
design.
design.
Akala ko kulay lang eh.
Geng-geng nga, lolo ko. Siyempre, matagal na eh.
25.
25, kalate.
25? Parang 12.5. Ikaw, Labs. Magkano ang tawad?
25? Ikaw?
Hindi siya, 25 siya. Sabi niya kalahati daw eh.
Boss Toyo, mathematician ka ba? Ba't ang galing mo mag...
Sabi niya 50. 10,000. Kasi...
Hindi na, sayang yan.
Ha? Hindi lang, hindi. Maganda to pang display. Hintay lang. Tawad ka muna.
1,000 eh.
Kalma ka muna.
50, 25, tapos naging 10.
Magkano sagad?
5, tapos naging 10.
Magkano sagad?
Hindi ako makaganon ako sa'yo.
Basta naman ka, kasama yung asawa mo, kundi. Sasampanin kita ng kanon na gano'n.
Ang laki, Uj. Maalikabok. Mukhang galing talaga sa lolo mo. Baka may kachichas pa to. Wala na. Price ako kasi natutuwa lang akong pan-display to. Ang gandang pan-display nito sa shop kasi bibira. Ngayon lang ako nakita ng gantong kalaki.
Sabi bibili niyan.
15,000.
Hindi namin ito pagbibenta.
15
15,000.
mil?
Yan. Hindi, magpapalaki pa tayo. Meron tayong surprise.
Ayun!
Walang sakit.
No.
Siyempre, pirma ko.
Wala.
Nagagalit na. Pirma ko na.
Dito pa dito.
Dito sa loob. Yan. Para meron ka souvenir. Dito sa loob.
Hindi na lang. Para,
Sa loob.
para pag...
O dito sa loob. Para meron siya souvenir sa museum na itatay natin. So meron ka ng isang ambag sa Pinoy Pawn Star.
Isang kalangalan.
Iyan o.
Thanos the Great.
Thanos the Great Sleepers.
The great pa.
Sige, 1982 tong photo album na to.
Oo.
Anong meron sa album na to na espesyal?
Sabi ko yung sinasabi ko na may pirma ni Muhammad Ali. Meron lunch yun sa Manila Hilton. Nandun ang mother ko. Napapirmahan niya to sa kay Muhammad Ali.
Tay, basang-basa, lumusong pa sa...
Kasi ano,
At saka, tino nakatulog
minessage niya ako alas 8 eh.
Gabi.
Hindi, kanina lang. Tapos alas 10 daw ako bawa na kanya.
Ay, pasensya na po tayo at hindi ko po alam ng scheduling at mga tao ko po ang namamahala dyan.
Okay lang naman.
Ay, palit ka tayo ng damit eh. Pero okay, alam ko na po. Ngayon, hip-hop ka muna tayo. Sige. 65 na si tatay.
Sama ba si tatay?
Teka, saan ba si tatay? So, kailangan
Exploit their mistakes. Feed the beast, or be its meal. I return stronger than I left. I like it here. I just might stay. Exploit chaos. When I was a child, I was frightened of what lurked in the dark. How silly I was. Now, I feel at home.
An ally has been slain. Double
What the hell? Sir.
Look closely, and your prey will show you how to kill it.
The fuck, man? Namatay. Paano pinatay?
An ally has been slain.
The yoke of fear is a heavy burden. Hunters must be nimble and walk lightly. Let go of the anger. It does not serve. It's a good day for a hunt.
An ally has been slain.
I was spared for your This place is beautiful.
An ally has been slain.
A moving target lives longer. Its fight is flight. Only now I do not run.
As expected.
Business is hard. You have been slain.
It is a power reaching out to consume all. Oh, trees. How I miss them.
Enemy killing spree.
Side hand. Underneath the shell, would they see I'm just like them? Forgiveness is hard, but so very worth it.
Come on, let's go.
Survival means the void instinct. This skin lives on me and hunts with me.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
I came back for the others who could not.
You have been slain.
Guilty as charged.
I grew up deep inside a vast emptiness. I do not wish to grow old anymore. That is why we must fight. This suit hunts in the manner I choose.
Fancy it.
Stay alert. Stay aggressive.
Not so close.
Taking aim.
I never miss.
An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
An easy call out. Brilliant.
It is a power reaching out.
An ally has been slain.
Come on. Come on. Void rule number 1. Don't die. Survival is an instinct we all have. Let them come to us.
Rampage.
Some criminals. They have no idea what lurks just below.
An ally has been slain.
Danger is real. Fear is an illusion. hold our ground.
An enemy has been slain.
The hunt will resume.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable.
Anger is useless to me. A wound that will only continue to fester. Item equipped. This skin is fashioned for survival and honed by the
A summoner has disconnected.
Get up, stand firm, strike.
Boom. Headshot.
An ally has been slain.
Monsters are.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
The hunt will resume.
An ally has been slain.
I came for the hunt.
Enemy triple kill. You have slain an enemy.
The things we carry should lift us up, not weigh us down. Memory, love, and hope are the lightest necessities.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I'll be back. no idea what lurks just below us all. Stronger than the rest. An ally has been slain. This world is changing. We decide. This. Learn from it.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Kills. An enemy has been slain.
Raptors.
In the void, I had no one. I was a doomed outsider. Here, people are everywhere. And they are all mine.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I want that. Exploit their mistakes.
Double kill. You have slain an enemy. Enemy double kill. Destroyed.
The Void's offer 1,000 ways to die, and one way to live. Become.
Akin lang, hindi ako ang ina, kala sasalin ng pa.
The year is 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony until one day a young man catches fire.
you the hunter.
Si Muhammad Ali, ipinanganak na Cassius Clay noong Enero 17, 1942 sa Louisville, Kentucky, ay malawak na itinuturing na isa sa mga pinakadakilang boksingero sa kasaysayan. Si Ali ay unang nakakuha ng katanyagan sa pamamagitan ng pagkapanalo ng gintong medalya sa light heavyweight division noong 1960 Rome Olympics. Nagsimula ang kanyang profesional na karera nang mapanalunan niya ang heavyweight title sa edad na 22 years old sa pamamagitan ng pagtalo kay Sonny Liston noong 1960. Laban
Okay, so magkano naman nyo ito binibenta?
Alam nyo ba na ang Cellboy ay isa sa pinaka-top distributor ng cellphone sa buong Pilipinas? At alam nyo ba na since 2009, meron na silang 50 branches nationwide. Kaya makakasigurado ka dito na legit at quality ang kanilang mga produkto. Katulad dito, bagong-bagong labas ng Oppo A60. Tingnan nyo, hindi nyo to basta-basta masisira. O diba, tingnan nyo, ang tibay. Kaya kung bibili kayo ng gadgets, wala kayong ibang pupuntahan kundi dito lang sa Cellboy. Si Toy Tumamen, geng-geng.
2M.
2M. Sa pirma ni Muhammad Ali.
2M.
2M. Sa pirma ni Muhammad Ali.
Oo, kasi international siya, di ba? Tapos patay na siya, di ba?
Pero po, usually sir, may mga pirma si Ali na nasusold sa eBay around mga 10,000, 20,000.
Ako hindi ko alam eh. So, ano ko lang yun?
Opo, wala naman pa problema dun. Pero kasi gusto ko makita lang kung
kailangan siguro i-authenticate pa yan, di ba? Okay lang ako kumuha ng picture?
Opo, pwede lang po. Ako lang.
Meron mga binibenta sa...
Pag may mga kuha. Puro lang direkta lang.
Nasa...
Signature mismo.
Pero...
Ko, na or yung... Kasi when you're copying a signature, kunyari hindi ka po talaga... Hindi ikaw yung pumirma. Kunyari po, ginaya mo lang, makikita mo yung stroke eh. Nagkakaroon siya ng putol-putol. At dito sa yung dinala, ay nakita ko na wala siyang signed na fake signature. Alright, so compare natin, tingnan ko lang.
Ito, meron nagbibenta ng mga signature ni Muhammad Ali. Nasa 10 to...
Mas parang pareho din niya.
Ngayon nga, okay. So, titignan natin.
Yung A pala niya parang O eh, no? Ay, pareho nga rin, ah.
Yes. Tingin ko, legit na pirma ni Muhammad Ali. Alright? So, para rin tayo makasure dito is, pwede natin siyang ipag-grade through PSA.
Authentication siguro niya sa
yes,
America.
abroad. So, meron tayong tatawagan. Tingnan natin kung sasagot para malaman natin kung magkano ba ang isang pirma ni Muhammad Ali. Lagi na siyang parang may benefit of the doubt na tulad ako, sir, ngayon, syempre, hindi ko naman pwedeng pagkatiwala agad na okay, nagdala po kayo sa akin ng pirmado ni Muhammad Ali. Tinignan ko ng on my own eyes without... So, syempre, walang provenance, walang proof.
Wala pa naman kasing FB nun eh, di ba?
Yes,
1975.
Wala ring pictures.
Oo. Wala pa naman kasing FB nun eh, di ba?
Yes,
1975.
Wala ring pictures.
Oo, okay.
Wala din pictures. So, yung mga ganitong bagay, kailangan ito ng provenance eh.
Kailangan authentication nga ang kailangan niya.
Yes, oo. So, authenticate sa mga na niya, ganun yung rating niya. So, sa 200 to 800. Pero pag mga gamit ni Muhammad Ali or game worn, yun na papasok.
Kaya, no?
Ayun na ang milyonan, di ba? So, ganito lang yan, sir. Kasi kung bibilin ko to, sa ngayon, without the certificate, sir, siguro baka sakali ako dito for 10,000 pesos. Without the certificate. Pero kung gusto nyo po na ipa-authenticate natin to, we could help you. Meron po tayong mga tamang tao para dito at para mapa-authenticate. Then, siya mo siya ibalik. So, pwedeng contact mo siya, ibibigay ko sa inyo yung number.
Ganun na nga siguro. Kasi
para baka mas malay mo kung ma-authenticate siya tapos ma-presyo natin ng mga $800 to $1,000, edi 50,000 plus din yun. Instead of buying it na 10,000. Kasi pag binili ko ito ng 10,000, ako magpapagrade niyan, susugalan ko, papadala ko sa Amerika, ngayon nasa akin na siya. So, kung jackpot ako, mabenta ko ng 50 o 60,000, ditubo ako ng konti, ako yung tutubo. So, 10,000. So, pero syempre, what if hindi pala siya legit, talo na yung 10,000 ko. So, ganun yan. So, pwede naman din kayo, iano ko sa yung contact natin dito sa mga nagpi-PSA para magawa natin na mas magandang presyuhan tong Muhammad Ali mo. Sa tingin mo, sir, ano pong gusto niyo?
Palagi ko, ganun nga ang maganda. Kaya lang, may bayad yun?
Mura lang yan, pati 3,000 pesos. Pwede ko naman i-shoulder pa, mga ganun, kung papadala natin. Antayin ko lang si El Rey card. Si El Rey, kasi si El Rey, natin ko din yung ship back niya yung sa sombrero ni o sa ama. So, yung sinasabi, so, inatay ko din yung ship back niya, tapos ipapadala natin yan doon.
Siyempre, mas alam mo yan.
Opo, hindi kasi ako, kaya ko siya bilhin ng 10,000, hanggang doon lang. Kumbaga, susugal ako, manalo matalo, kunyari, hindi siya legit, 10,000, hindi naman masama. Kumbaga, nagbaka sakali, kasi baka kumita ng mas malaki. Di ba? So, kayo din. Kumbaga, kayo din. Kasi pwede nga siya, nakita ko sa eBay, maganda yung bentahan ng firma ni Muhammad Ali, ranging from $200 to $800. So, bakit po?
So, yun na nga.
Grabe yun, tinan mo.
Kasi for 15 years na nahimik ako. I didn't say anything about me and my daughter. Siguro naman ito na lang yung karapatan na pwede kong magawa para sa kasi hindi naman ako nagsalita eh. I know people will judge me, but we exist. What we had is real.
Siyempre, Primo Gaming to, di ba? Ang aga naman ng business, kaya papasukin na yan sila.
Wow.
Hi, ma'am. Good morning po. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning po.
Ay, ang ganda naman nito.
Hi. Good morning, sir. Ano pong pangalan nila?
Abigail, Rait.
Abigail?
Rait.
Rait. Sige po, lagay na lang po. Yan,
Malakas naman yung boses mo.
ako malakas naman ang boses ko. Ayan. Taga saan po sila?
Imus Cavite.
Imus Cavite. Anak nyo? Malamang. Oo, ang ganda ng baby girl nyo, ha? Oh.
Thank you.
Tapos dapat tayo, magka-baby girl na rin tayo.
Ganyan yung medyo.
Singkit, chinita no? Ano pong dala natin?
Shirt.
T-shirt. T-shirt, mukhang special t-shirt ka, nakabalot pa ng Manila paper,
Masyado silang ready.
T-shirt na nakabalot. Ano kaya
Pwede
to?
na kayo open?
Surprise.
Okay. Ito na natin, ha? Cool. Naka-frame. Ay! Francis M.
Francis M.
Ito, may pirma?
Yes.
Pirma niya? Wow! Pirma ni Francis M! Saan niyo naman nakuha to?
Tsaka may
lang! Kasi wala akong pirma ni Francis M. Meron na ngayon t-shirt. Hindi. Nasa?
Letter.
Nasa letter yan. Yeah, that's me.
Ikaw to! Ano nakalagay?
Natakpan yung yung note.
Pwede ko tanggalin kasi
Pwede. Hindi, pwede.
hindi kailangan ko
Ano lang
makita
naman
lang
yan.
siya. Kasi kung mabibili naman natin to, hindi naman natin siya lalagay dito, lalagay natin siya sa frame eh.
Okay.
Kung mabibili natin.
Pero mabibili mo to kasi may signature.
Onda lang.
Teka, kanina.
Gundeng.
Huwag na baka maano pa tayo sa ano.
Yes. Flight attendant ka, ma'am. Noon. Ano po yan?
Asiana Airlines.
Asiana Airlines. Sir Francis, pogi talaga ng idol ko eh. Oo, iba talaga yan. Bagets talaga yan. Yan ang hindi rin natanda.
May polo na siya, may jersey pa siya. Diba?
Oo. Ano to? Personal worn?
Yes.
Binigay sa inyo po?
Yes po.
Personal worn. Saan niyo po nakilala Sir Francis?
Actually, nanood ako ng Itbulaga.
Nanood ka ng Itbulaga.
Tapos, doon, nakita niya ako, gumawa siya ng way para to get my number. And then, yun na yun. Doon na nag-start yung story.
Anong story yan? Hintay lang ha. Hintay lang. Hintay muna ha. Hintay muna.
Here.
I love you?
Pirma niya to?
Oh my God.
Dahil lang kinikilabutan.
I love you?
Pirma niya to?
Oh my God.
Dahil lang kinikilabutan naman ako. Abigail Hunt, I love you so much. Hintay lang, ma'am.
Nakakaiyak.
Ano
Bigla
to?
ako naiiyak. Tinala mo yung
Ano po
card.
to?
Signature niya.
Signature yan. Nasa card yan na kaya lang, ang tagal na.
Nakalagay dito?
Mwah, kiss. Mwah.
Moi View.
Moi You.
Year 2007 yan. So, mamaya explain ko bakit ganyan.
Ito, may pirma yung damit.
Wala.
Wow, sige. Wow. Hintay lang, mama. Medyo na-intriga ako dito. Abigail Han, I love you so much. Pirma ni Francis M. Bakit po?
So, yun na nga.
Grabe, tinan mo.
Oo,
Legit
lang.
Grabe.
Anong year to, ma'am?
2006 maybe or 7 din.
2006, 2007.
Mga ganong year. Oo. And there's a story behind this jersey kasi.
Sige po, ano po?
Actually, untold story. Okay?
Untold.
Yes. So,
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Nakaabang.
nakita niyo na naman sa letter na I love you so much. So, meaning to say, may relationship. Okay? So,
relationship with Sir Francis.
yes. Ngayon, nung nagkaanak kami, buntis ako nun, syempre...
Nagkaanak?
Nagkaanak. And that's her. That's her.
Sabi ko na nga, mahal si Francis.
That's
Quick feet, quick trigger. I belong here. We all belong here.
ally has been slain.
This won't be perfect, but life never is. Giving up's too easy. If it matters to my team, it matters to me. I let it fly. All in.
That was easy.
Hold up, there's a gear in the shop with my name on it. Fully charged. Oh wow, they're really out to get us. I got to be faster. Celestial burst. I'm not messing around. Lightning in a gun? Coming through. Count on me. Spark ready. Best thing I can do is fight when others can't. Our lights in red. Got it? Ah, fresh air. A rare treat. Here it comes.
Ally has been slain.
Spark ready. No slowing down. Point go. Listo. A gift from Zon. Quick, quick. Fully charged.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Hurry. People need my spark. Unload. Amped up. What? Hear that buzz? Wait, I forgot something. Just stay alive, okay? Spark ready. Mistakes made or lessons learned.
been slain.
Gun's not broken yet. Better keep it that way. Spark ready. You got nothing. I don't leave others behind. It's up to me. And fully charged. Step up. Dodge this.
An enemy has been slain.
No one catches me.
An ally has been slain.
Let's get anything faster.
An enemy has been slain. Has been slain.
Fully charged.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Off I go. I belong here. We all belong here.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Not a chance. Twice you can mess me. At least I'm consistent. Fully charged. Amped up. One sec. You go. Spark ready. Heads up. Back 'em. Amped up. Nuh-uh. I could have packed more snacks. Intense. Who likes a chem bag?
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Fully charged.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I faced worse than Dawn. We can win. Running on empty. Spark ready. Fully charged. Go time. Get out. Everyone's counting on me. No way I let them down. Hold up, there's a gear in the shop with my name on it.
Killing spree. An ally has been slain. Killing spree. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy rampage.
If it matters to my team, it matters to me.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Do or die. I'm all in. Lightning in a gun, coming through. Amped up. Fully charged.
Enemy killing spree.
Best thing I can do is fight when others can't. Spark ready. Surprise!
Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy is dominating. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed. Double kill.
And down. If the Chem Barons couldn't keep me down, no one can. Gun's not broken yet. Better keep it that way. Don't leave others behind. It's up to me. Spark ready. I am lightning. Fight to win. Quick feet, quick trigger. I belong here. We all belong here. I'm here. Spark ready. Got it? Fights have been messy. At least I'm consistent.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy. You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Let me give you a hug. Yes.
been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
And that said I was stubborn. Fully charged. Amped up. I faced worse in Zon. We can win.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
No way I let them down. Heads up. Off I go.
Shut down. Ally has been slain.
Let it fly. This won't be perfect, but let's
Enemy double kill. Ace. You have slain an enemy. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Has been destroyed. Ace. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. A summoner has disconnected.
Ano pangalan mo, baby girl?
Gail Francesca.
Gail Francesca.
Yeah.
Ito lang.
Siya nagpangalan dyan, ha?
Gail Francesca.
Gail, Abigail, Francis, Francesca. So, siya nagpangalan sa kanya, oo. So, yun na nga. Kaya...
Oo nga.
Kamukha niya, no?
Ang
ganda niya, no?
Thank you. Kamukha nila.
Sige po. Nakakinikilabutan kasi ako eh.
Kaya nga yan, nagtatanong grabe.
Sige ma'am. Ano pong ano natin?
Story sa jersey
Sige
na
po,
to.
sa jersey.
Ngayon, syempre, buntis ako. Tatantrums na ako kasi busy siya. US tour with Bulaga, mga ganyan. So, nagre-reklamo na ako na sobrang busy, wala nang time for me. Ngayon, there's this one time na umuwi siya sa Cavite, sa bahay. nagtataka ako, suot niya, pagbaba niya ng kotse, itong jersey na to. Kasi ang usual niyang suot ay yung kung ano yung suot niya sa show or sa Eat Bulaga. Minsan kasi after Bulaga, diretso na siya sa Cavite to visit me. Ngayon, yun nga, one time, ito yung suot niya. Kaya nagtaka ako, bakit suot mo yan? So sabi niya, mamaya. Okay, so pagdating namin sa room, sabi niya, okay, baby mama. Yun ang tawag niya sa akin eh, baby mama. Gusto ko kasi maalala mo itong jersey na to habang suot ko. Para every time mamiss mo ko, you just have to wear it or hug it or place it beside you bago ka matulog.
Anong year yan?
Mga July, kasi August, that's for our baby. And simula na nasa hospital siya, lagi siya tumatawag everyday, tapat ko sa tiyan ko yung... Kasi nanganak ako September 8. So 8 months yung tiyan ko. Usapan namin, totoo pala yun na kapag namatayan ka ng mahal, akala mo wala na, pero nandito lang siya. May
Yung sa baba. Nakikita ko yung pag in-search mo yung Francis M. Nakikita yung...
Nung nawala siya, lumabas lahat yan eh. Tapos sabi nila nawala daw yung laptop. Ganyan. Siyempre, yung iba, naku, yun yung nag-post yun. Duh. For 3 years, buhay na buhay siya. Sikat. Nanahimik ako. Tapos ngayon ako magkakalat. Wala na siya.
300. Magkano, ma'am? Kasi excited na ako, may display to. Medium lang pala si Sir Francis, no? Ano ba kahit ni Sir Francis?
5'6".
5'6", alright. O kasi US pala to, US size to, Fubu eh.
Ito, magnitude 5.0.
Ano yan? Akala ko masakit lang yung ulo ko sa presyo. Yung pala...
Anak ko yan. Si Francis yun. Huwag mo raw tawaran. Anak ko yan.
Yung pala yun. Ako, Sir Francis, hindi na po ako tatawad. 350?
600.
450. Ha? O, tumatawad ka na kayo na. Paano tumatawad ka na? Ay, gusto ko kasi ito eh. 450?
550.
Hintay lang po ah. Hintay lang. Ito, ma'am. Last 500.
500.
Ang bilis!
500!
Wow. Maraming salamat po. Ano po pangalan ni baby girl?
Cheska.
Cheska. Ba't ba baby girl? Lagi ko nakatawag sa mga baby girl.
Kasi pag baby girl, maganda.
Oo. Kasi mukha pa rin siya. Ilan taon ka na ulit?
15.
15. Ayan, good luck. Kung ano man yung tatakin mo. Kung hindi ka ba mag-artista or...
Soon. Lalabas siya.
Alright. Music din.
Yes.
Alright. So, punta na lang po kayo sa office at akin na to at ipapaframe namin to katulad. Tatabi ko siya dyan.
Okay.
Alright?
Kasali to. Kukunin mo to.
Kasama po yan. Yan, kasama yan. This is the untold story. Oo.
Okay.
May kita may lagi yan. Nakaganyan yan. Alright.
Eh, nakita ko eh.
Alam ko na.
Eksakto, nag-message tayo, tinanong ko si Boss Toyo.
3 days lang.
Puta.
Kasi natanggal ako agad. Yung sa stock ba sa kisam.
Mura mabibigay mo sa akin.
Yung pa nga, hindi ko pa nga alam.
Ito na.
Ito na.
Ito
Tingnan
na.
lang natin kung saan ba makikita yung size. Ikaw lang
Yan ang hindi ko alam eh. Pero pasok to sa akin, sa kita ko pa lang. Malamang size 11 to, 11
Ayaw
na
kasi
po.
malaki naman si Bugs.
Hindi, may
Oo.
sinabi siyang size na nakalimutan ko.
Oh!
Sakto?
Oo. Ha?
Parang nakakainayang naman.
Ay, gumawa pa ako ng ano nito. Grocery dati sa Secret.
Kasi, ano siya, dedicated.
Hello po. Pwede natin na rin, Papa. Magkano ang bibigay nyo sa akin to, kukunin ko na to? Size ko pa.
Ito kasi, Sige, 1982 tong photo album na to. Anong meron sa album na to na special?
ka naiiyak? Huwag ka umiyak, te.
Hindi po kasi hirap na hirap po kami.
Ayaw nga, oh. Primitive Indian food, wow.
Kailan po, presyo po?
Eh baka sa sobrang mahal nga, pero magkano nga yun? Hindi, ano, seryoso na. Anong klase ba to? Kasi hindi ko rin alam, wala tayong expert para dito eh. So maganda sana
Iniskan
nito.
po yan sa cellphone po.
Maganda sana nito.
Iniskan, di ba?
Ha?
Iniskan po yan sa cellphone.
Ano naman
May
ba?
katulad po siya ng ano.
Scan mo.
Mabigat?
Pakita mo kayo sir.
Nakagawa po siya, mabigat po
Ay,
sobra.
tulungan, Vincent, tulungan. Hawakan mo to isa. Hawakan mo
Ayan
to isa.
sir, buhatin
Yung
mo
isa,
sir.
yung black.
Yung black sir,
Yung black
buhatin
sa'yo.
mo sir. Thank you po.
Yung black sa'yo. Yung black.
Wow.
Yan.
Ala ka sir.
Yan, ganyan. O, dito ka dalawa.
Ala ka.
Yan, lagay dito.
Ayan.
Kasi sobrang daming ang ganito.
Minsan lang po.
Wala rin buyer.
Sa ibang bansa
Bira lang po ang taong mayroon yan, pero
Kaso, paano mo may lalabas ng bansa? Bawal to.
nasuri na po yan ng ano eh. Demonologist, nasuri na po.
Nasuri? Oo nga, nasuri na nga. Marami nito may certificate. Naawa lang ako dahil, ha? Oo, tulong na lang dito sa apo mo. Ano pa yung dala mo? Tingnan pa natin. Loves, okay lang yung sa ano? Right old poster. Magkano naman yan?
Bahala ka na dyan.
Mura lang yan, Tan. Ay. Poster lang ni Michael Jordan. Right old poster. Magkano naman yan?
Bahala ka na dyan.
Mura lang yan, Tan. Ay.
Sir naman, puro naman mura si sir.
Hindi, yun talaga yung totoo. Ala ka naman, biling ko ng mahal yung mga bagay ng mura. Paano gagawin ko? Di ba? Katulad niyan. High school poster, yan yung mga uso nung mga panahon ko.
Ang dami natin yan.
Oo. Ang bentahan niya nasa 500. 500 pesos po ang bentahan niya.
Sige sir.
Old posters. Opo. Ganun lang yan, Nay. Ako, ano pa dala mo? Wala na?
Wala na po sir. Meron din.
Okay, ako para lang magkatapusan tayo. Kunin ko tong bote mo. Ang presyo lang talaga nito ay 5,000 piso. Pero dahil napasaya mo ang araw,
Bahala po eh.
kailangan din kayo.
Sige po.
Bahala po eh. Bigyan ng 15,000 si nanay, tsaka si tatay. Ito, akin yung poster mo. Iba lang yun. Oo. Tanayo. Ayan. Sana makatulong.
Thank you sir.
Oo, hinali ko. Dahil huwag ka na malungkot. Talaga, dahil natin yung pwedeng papasuri muna natin kung ano talaga. Oo, papasuri muna natin to talaga. Tapos, balikan nyo. Ito papirmahin sila na ano, problema. Sana malungkot na, huwag ka na po. Yes, so kaya nga nabuo yung friendship natin. Kung talagang, di ba, katulad nga si Cheska, more project for Cheska in the near future and I hope, di ba? Baby girl ko to, si baby doll.
Baby girl. Sa inyo. As a token of appreciation.
Narinig niyo ba yun? Hindi lang, narinig niyo ba yun? Labs, narinig mo yun? Parang nabingi ako.
Hindi, ibigay.
Ano? Pakiulit nga.
Ibigay. Ibigay mo na.
Talaga? Totoo? Hindi ka tatanggihan, deal na agad. Hindi nga, seryoso?
Gusto namin kasi i-share sa pamamagitan mo ulit itong memorabilia na to. And syempre, looking forward pa rin ako sa, ayan na nga, malapit na sa tinatayo mong museum. So, to commemorate,
alam mo,
as promised, na kapag
Dynasty, 1500 BC. My father received the ring from his stepmother, who was a world traveler.
Do you mind if I pick this up?
Oh, no, go right ahead.
Okay. It's a scarab. Way back in Egypt, everybody had one. It was more or less the equivalent of people wearing a cross or something like that. I mean, sometimes they'd drill a hole in it, put like a little piece of leather around it to really, really extravagant jewelry that the pharaohs would wear.
Right.
Scarabs are generally carved from stone and glazed either blue or green. It looks like an old scarab, but the question is it really 3,000 years old? Ooh, what is this?
Oh, that is the card from the guy that sold it over in Egypt. And he wrote on the back that it's guaranteed that it's from the 18th dynasty, 1500 BC.
Okay. So I'm assuming you want to sell it.
Yes, I do.
And how much would that be for?
I would like 15,000 for it.
Okay. Do you mind if I have someone look at it?
No, that would be great.
Okay.
I'd really like that.
I mean, this thing truly is 3,500 years old. There's something here, but I am not a 18th dynasty scarab jewelry expert. But believe it or not, I know someone who is.
Really? No kidding.
Yes, I do. Give me
Coming
Egypt, and this is the only paperwork she has right here. And remember, they don't have a better business bureau there.
Yeah.
Let's just put it that way.
Do you mind if I touch the ring?
Oh, go right ahead.
This beetle was a dung beetle. As these dung beetles would roll this big ball of dung that they would deposit their eggs in, that one will die. A new beetle would come from that ball and then turn around and start pushing the ball. And so for the Egyptians, when they looked at that, they said, well, look, that thing's magical. It's got eternal life. And consequently, it became a very magical bug to them.
That is neat.
The Egyptians put the scarab on rings, they put it on necklaces, they painted it on the front of the mummy, and even on the entryways to the Egyptian temples. So that's how important of a symbol the scarab was.
So is it real?
I brought my little magnifying glass along here so that maybe you guys can see as well. Right there is a sun, a rake, and a scarab. Underneath it, an ibis. And that says to me 18th dynasty. And King Tut came from this dynasty. Usually one of these went in almost every mummy. And there were a lot of people that died in all those thousands of years, so there are quite a few of these in Egypt, is what I'm trying to say. Now, the second thing you have to look at with this, that when I study the gold work on this, can you see the rope work on there? That sort of gold work is very indicative of like turn of the century, 1900 to maybe like 1905, 1910. It could have been made in Egypt, and a lot of those antiques went on with the King Tut exhibit to be souvenirs.
So this is probably a real scarab, though.
I think that is a real scarab, and from the look of it, it looks 3,000 years old.
Okay, so what do you think it's worth?
Well, you can get a scarab like that, I'm going to say right now, for maybe $250.
So $250 plus like $200 in gold?
So you're looking at right around $450 to $500.
Thanks, man. You're the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for solving the mystery.
I enjoyed seeing it. I think this is an excellent buy for the shop because the ring is beautifully created and it's still in good condition.
Okay, so obviously it's not going to be $15,000.
No, I guess not.
I would give you right around $350 for it.
1,500?
No, it makes no economic sense for me to do this. I can literally make these for $450.
500.
No. I'm being really, really nice at $350. I really am.
375?
I'll tell you what, I will give you $360.
All right, I'll take it.
We got a deal then.
We got
All
a
right.
deal.
Follow me right up front.
I think I'm going to take the $360. My husband and I can go out and have a really nice steak dinner and lobster too.
Hey, what's up, man?
Nice to see you.
What have we got this time?
Okay, this time I have brought for you the most incomplete book that I've ever brought. This is an actual printed page from the Gutenberg Bible, the very first printed book.
Well, there was printing before Gutenberg's printing press, but those all sucked.
This time, I think I brought Rick something really unbelievable. It's a single leaf from the Gutenberg Bible. It's really the first substantial printed book in the history of the world.
So we have a leaf here, which is a page.
This is one page from the Gutenberg Bible. You may ask why there is only one page. In the 1920s, a famous book dealer named Gabriel Wells came upon an incomplete copy of the Gutenberg Bible, and he broke it up into single pages, and he put it with a bibliographical essay, and he had it very beautifully bound, and he sold them as single pages where he puts a leaf of the Gutenberg Bible and in the approximate years that they believe it was
When two cave
printed.
divers break the cardinal rule of diving, one of them will suffer catastrophic consequences in a desperate struggle to survive. This is the fatal breakdown of the Aegon Afwith tragedy. True cave explorers are a different breed. These adventurers are truly seeking a once-in-a-lifetime discovery by finding passages or caves that have never been seen before. The desire to be the first is enough to propel them into situations that most of us cannot comprehend. Martin Farr and Roger Solari were just this type of caver. They were exploring the most extensive cave systems in the UK, with the hope of extending the known passages beyond what was currently mapped. Both Martin and Roger were fairly experienced for their ages. At just 23 and 26 years old, they had been dry caving for nearly a decade, but had only advanced to cave diving in the last 3 years. In 1974, Martin and Roger would be teaming up to expand mapping of the Aegon Afwith cave system in South Wales. Recently, a well-known major explorer, John Parker, had left exploration after discovering the existence of a third sump in one of its longest passages. A sump is a tunnel in a dry cave which dips down in elevation and is water-filled. If the sump is very short, cavers may just hold their breath and attempt to swim through. Longer sumps require full scuba diving gear to get through. The complexities and dangers of dry caving are severely magnified when cave diving is added to the mix. Martin and Roger were planning to go beyond the 2 sumps which had previously been discovered and check out the new third sump. On their planned trip in May, Martin had to go solo because Roger had hurt his knee. A solo trip always comes with more danger, because there's no one to help or call for assistance if you get in trouble. Martin knew the risks, but he was determined to get through the third sump to see what was on the other side. Solo, check out the new third sump. On their planned trips which had previously been discovered, and check out the new third sump, or call for assistance if you get in trouble. Martin knew the risks, but he was determined to get through the third sump to see what was on the other side. Just getting to the third sump was a massive feat in itself. The cave hike through a maze of tunnels, boulder chokes, and squeezes lasts for hours. The cave hike through a maze of tunnels, boulder chokes, and squeezes lasts for hours. It's nearly a mile into the cave to come to the 3 sumps. A caver must carry in diving equipment, including a couple of air tanks per person. Each tank has to be pushed through the tight passages and boulder chokes in the main path. A boulder choke is an area where rock falls have blocked the tunnel with large rock which cannot be moved. Smaller pieces have been moved away, leaving a largely blocked path. Cavers would have to push their equipment through the hole, then squeeze and contort their bodies through afterward. This grueling trek would exhaust most men, but not Martin Farr. He was electric with excitement about what might be beyond Sump 3. When he made it to the first sump, he had already traveled over 4,000 feet of tough stoops, low crawls, and tight squeezes in the Southern Stream Passage. Moving through the first 2 sumps would be fairly easy going for Martin, since they were about 250 feet and 85 feet long dives. No matter the length, it is still quite a challenge to swim through tight underwater tunnels, only to come up in small open pools, which lead to even more unknown paths. The third sump was much longer, and no one had been completely through it yet. Martin hoped to have enough air to make it to the end, but had no idea what may lay beyond. He swam the length of Sump 3 for 850 feet before making it to the next air chamber. This was more than 3 times the length of the first sump, but he was thrilled to see what was next. Martin left his diving equipment at the bank of Sump 3, then followed the path around many twists and turns. This long path zigzagged back and forth for 1,800 feet. The twists and turns. This long path zigzagged back and forth for 1,800 feet, the length of 5 football fields. When Martin came around the next corner, he was amazed to see the pool of another sump. He knew that he would not be able to enter the water on this visit. His air tank back at Sump 3 would only be enough to get him back through the 3 dives he already had to do to get out of this tunnel. He was a mile away from the exit and would have to spend the next 4 or 5 hours working his way back out. As soon as he was back on the surface, he contacted Roger to plan the next visit. They would need to bring an extra air tank each to explore the 4th sump in this cave system. Roger was feeling the same thrill as Martin at considering what might be on the other side. It takes a special kind of cave mind to see this as an exciting adventure. The plan was to trek more than a mile, including dives through 4 narrow tunnels of water, to enter an unknown cave or air pocket on the other side. It honestly would frighten most people to even imagine the trapped feeling that would envelop you after dozens of tight pushes and long dives, trapping you deeper and deeper into the cave. On June 15th, 1974, Roger and Martin made their way through the path that Martin had visited just weeks before. Before entering Sump 3, they had each changed to a fresh set of air cylinders, leaving the partially used tank on the bank for the trip back. They had carried 3 tanks apiece into the dark cave and would be starting the Sump 3 dive with 2 full tanks each. They were both feeling the excitement as they exited Sump 3. The new pathway was a first for Roger, and the men felt the energy of exploration during the 1,800-foot trek. They moved slowly and methodically to avoid damaging their essential diving equipment. As they approached the sump pool and set down their equipment, a sudden depressing dread fell over the both of them. The electric mood of just a few minutes ago had faded to a somber silence. They were both still eager to get on with the dive, but somehow this change in mood was palpable to the both of them. They were so far away from freedom, the walls seemed to close in, and the air became thick and suffocating. They each had a full tank for the Sump 4 dive, as well as the remainder of the tank used in Sump 3. But somehow this didn't provide comfort. One broken valve or damaged tube could leave them trapped in this very room. Despite this ominous weight, the men gathered their equipment and slid under the surface of the water. Roger had a spool of 400 feet of line to be laid. Martin brought another spool with an additional 1,000 feet of line. They moved together as a team, though each was truly having an independent dive. They would each be responsible for their own safety, including deciding when to turn back. Roger's tanks were slightly smaller than Martin's, so they knew that he would probably turn back shortly before Martin. They also had different buoyancies. Roger was positively buoyant and floated towards the top, while Martin was negatively buoyant and sank towards the bottom. They moved through the newly discovered sump, slowly turning their bodies to fit through the narrowest sections. They found themselves going deeper and deeper as the line was laid. It was certainly no time for panic. Roger's reel ran out of line at 400 feet. At this point, Martin tied in his line and could see that Roger was suffering from sinus issues again. Roger had experienced this many times before, but he was not willing to let this pain stop him from this important discovery. He pressed on and followed as Martin laid the next 100 feet of line. During this portion of the dive, Martin was consciously breaking the cardinal rule of diving. The rule of thirds was established as a safety threshold for when to turn back in a dive. If you use 1/3 of your air going out on a dive, you would need to use 1/3 coming back. Then keep 1/3 in reserve for emergencies. He had already used his first third of air and should have turned back when Roger's line ran out. Knowing that Roger had less air, he assumed that Roger had reached thirds and was already headed back to the water surface of Sump 4. But Martin's curiosity had gotten the better of him. In a dangerous move, he pushed on until he came to a gravel wall of rock. This seemed like clear evidence that he may be coming to the end of the sump, and an air pocket would be above. He planned to follow the wall up and catch his breath in the air pocket before turning back. He was well past the halfway mark for his tank, and this left him in a dangerous position. If it took him more than half the tank to make it this far, he would need nearly as much to get back. He quickly moved up the wall until his depth meter showed that he was at just 3 feet from the surface. His hopes were instantly dashed. There was nothing but a rock ceiling above him. He knew at this moment that he should turn back to go, but the path led off to the right, and he hoped that there might be air just beyond this outcropping of rock. He pulled himself along another 30 feet before realizing it was a dead end. There was no air pocket. He turned back the way he came and could see up ahead at the junction that Roger was near the top of the passage, looking rather shocked. Martin made quick signals that they must head out immediately. The anguished look on Roger's face may have been a stunned realization that he might not have enough air to make it 500 feet back to the water's surface. He was likely looking for the same pocket of air that Martin expected to see. They were both surprised to find that the sump did not end with a new cave or pocket of air. Martin quickly moved down to the bottom of the passage and followed the line out towards the exit. He had only gone about 130 feet back towards the exit when his tank came to its end. He tried to calmly switch to his reserve tank, but a quick calculation showed that he would barely have enough to make the next 300 feet in this sump, as well as the 850 feet in Sump 3. He had a partial tank between Sump 2 and 3, if only he could make it that far. He came up in the Sump 4 pool with the relief that only a full room of air could provide. He checked his gauge to see how much air was left, and it would barely be enough to dive through the next sump. It was a frightening realization how close he was to a sure emergency. But it still wasn't over. While he waited for Roger to make it to the surface, Martin exited the water and sat on the bank to settle his nerves. Martin knew that Roger had even less air than he did, so if he didn't surface in the next few minutes, it would be devastating. 10 minutes passed, and then 20. He was coming to the realization that if Roger did make it out of Sump 4, he wouldn't have enough air to get through Sump 3. Minute after minute passed, with no ripple or bubble in the water. All was perfectly still. After an hour, Martin was sure that Roger would have been out of air, and there did not seem to be any air pockets in the sump. Martin stepped into the water and pulled the guideline to make it tight. He pulled, and then it was clear. The line was no longer connected. Martin reeled in the line until he came to an end where the line had been cut clean. It was at the 430-foot mark on the line, which meant that Roger was on his way back from the 500-foot mark where he'd last seen him. This was probably the point where Roger needed to switch tanks. He floated to the top and had to put his arm through the line so that he wouldn't lose it. Switching tanks in 1974 was not a simple task. The equipment was ill-designed, and locating the valve for a swap might require removing tanks and twisting your body to find the right piece. When a tank was running low on air, the diver would have to literally suck the air out in a stressful and uncomfortable effort at breathing. These circumstances could have easily led to Roger being tangled in the line. He would have been forced to quickly cut the guideline in order to get moving. In the desperate struggle to get air, he could have easily proceeded in the wrong direction, with no guideline and silted passages. Exactly what caused him to run out of air in that tunnel is unknown. It is certain these circumstances could have easily led to Roger being tangled in the line. He would have been forced to quickly cut the guideline in order to get moving. In the desperate struggle to get air, he could have easily proceeded in the wrong direction, with no guideline and silted passages. Exactly what caused him to run out of air in that tunnel is unknown. It is certain that he would have been stressed and struggling to find any pocket of air in order to breathe. The devastating reality was that he did not find it. Martin had to gather himself and remain calm to safely exit the 3 dives ahead of him and the long hike out to the top side. It would be hours before he'd be able to alert anyone to Roger's fate and gather a search team to return to locate his body. The devastating reality is that if they had followed the rule of thirds, Roger would still be alive. If Roger had gotten tangled or gone the wrong way with a half a tank of air remaining, he could have had an opportunity to reorient himself and still make it out safely. If Martin had kept a reserve, he would have had enough air to turn around to look for Roger when he didn't see him along the passage. After this dive, Martin Farr stated that he never broke the thirds rule again. He went on to have a notable diving career over the next several decades. Over the weeks and years that followed the accident, all attempts to locate Roger failed. He was nowhere to be found in Sump 4. Martin performed an extensive search of the sump in 1981, top to bottom for nearly 700 feet. He was unsuccessful in locating any evidence of Roger. It was still an incredibly challenging area to explore. All equipment and air had to be carried in over a mile deep into the tunnels. It would take years for another team to explore this sump again. Knowing that Roger's body was somewhere in the tunnel, the new cavers were hoping to finish the expansion of what was on the other side of Sump 4. Ian Rowland and Julian Walker in the fall of 1986 were able to push beyond the limit reached by Martin. There, at 720 feet into the sump, they found the body of Roger Solari, 12 years after he went missing. Because this sump was such a challenging place to reach, removing Roger's body would be nearly impossible. It was decided to leave his body in place, due to the incredible risk it would cause for any recovery. In the following year, Ian Walker made another grueling trip through Sump 4, discovering its actual terminus in 1987. He had to travel a full 875 feet through tight passages underwater, passing Roger's body as he went, to reach the end of the sump. He finally found the elusive air pocket that everyone had been seeking. This cave is the final stop for this path. There was no linkage to any other tunnel or cave system. This terminal cave was aptly named Against All Odds Chamber. The entrance to this cave system is now locked, and the key is only available to experienced cavers with approved permission. A plaque was placed near the entrance to Sump 1, in honor of the life of Roger Solari.
I can outdraw anyone, mechanical or otherwise. How do you do? Good aim gets results. First blood. A mechanical angel for an age of gunslingers. How thoughtful. An enemy has been slain. Watching.
Don't blame me for this. Reclamation. Glory be. Sights unseen. One hell for men and another hell for women. Rejoice! Might as well tidy up the place while I'm down here.
An enemy has been slain.
I can see the devil's appeal, but alas, I've thrown mountains from
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
absolution.
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Bless your little hearts.
twisted arrow and some light prayer will solve just about any problem.
What is that? Huh? Man.
Good has a way of winning out, even on the frontier. Folks choose to kill each other so peace could be had for far better. The frontier is a sin, and all the monsters born from it. A mechanical angel for an age of gunslingers.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Yep. I mean, it's fine. Shouldn't just leave out there.
For the record, you are all damned for this.
Ally has been slain.
Reconcile.
Hindi naman ganyan, boss. Ako napapama ka. Let me just have my fucking fun. Ang tanga naman nun.
Double kill. Enemy triple kill.
special variety. The milk is overflown, and it will not stop pestering me. I can outdraw anything, mechanical or otherwise.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay. How are we supposed to answer that? Hello? Son of a bitch! Oh, God, that's loud. And it sucks.
Oh, great, we're gonna die to elevator music.
Guys, hey, this door up here doesn't have a handle. I think we're looking for a doorknob. Let's see what we can find.
Hey, the 8-ball. It's missing from the pool table. Look at that. We'll check these Q racks. Maybe there's something over here we can use.
Jesus Christ!
Mike, you're back! Mike! Guys, come on!
Hey, get off the floor! Mike, hurry up! Mike, get off the floor!
Did you see that?
What the hell's going on? Hey, Amanda,
Wait.
think about this.
Let me try this.
Okay. I think it's connected.
What about those coolers at the top?
Okay.
Maybe the handle's in there.
I hate this room so much.
Guys, I got a lockbox.
Try one.
Nope, that's not it.
It's a giant sliding puzzle.
Careful. Careful, careful, careful. Can't hang around on this bookshelf all day.
Jason, hold on!
I'm okay. Oh no, I'm okay. Okay. You all right? Oh no, keep going. Keep going. I'm okay.
It's okay.
Is there anything we can do about this shitty music?
Hey, I got it!
What?
Got it!
There's colors. I see yellow, black, and blue.
Yeah, and we got 2 lines and a circle.
Morse code, maybe it's Morse code.
Stripes and circles.
The black.
0.
Hey, get off the floor! Get off the floor! Hold on, okay? Hold on, okay? Yeah, thing's not gonna hold all 3 of you. Mike, time off. Where? Use that rack on your right.
Here.
Guys, just hang on, okay?
Oh, shit, I can't.
Mike, look at me. Get off the goddamn shelf before you get everybody killed. Mike, man up. Mike!
Stop yelling at him, okay? Stop! Mike, I'll move. I can move, okay? Just stay there. Okay, just stay there. Don't worry about it.
Go!
Zoe. Hey, give me your hand. Come on, give me your hand. Zoe, hey.
Oh my God, careful.
Come on, give me your hand. Zoe. Zoe. Hey, Zoe. Hey, Zoe. You gotta get up. Zoe, wake up. Zoe, get off the floor. Zoe, stay with me. Hey, you guys.
Coming Vietnam Air 109. Coming Vietnam Air. Vietnam Air 109.
Zoe, come on, wake up. Zoe, wake up. Zoe, come on. We gotta go. Zoe, come on. Zoe, we gotta get up. We gotta go.
Come on.
Okay, the room is upside down, so the code might be 2. Yeah. Hold on. Try 0186. 0186. I got it.
Yeah, we got it. Come on.
Sorry, you're a genius.
Come on, hurry up. Come on, Ben, hurry up. Come on.
Okay.
That is the second time this floor's tried to kill me.
Hey, come on, Jason.
I got it.
Amanda, be careful.
What are you doing? Whoa! Hang on.
All right, you got this. All right.
No, don't look down.
All right, you got this.
Whoa! Hang on.
All right, you got this. All right.
No, don't look down.
You got it.
Come on.
shit! Oh no. Oh. Oh, the ball! No! No! Just let it go!
Just leave it!
Stop!
Amanda! No! Jason!
I got it!
Jump!
Hey, give me the pool cue! Hang on. Hang on, Amanda. Hang on. Come on, reach out there.
Come on, grab onto this! Come on!
Grab it. I can't get it in.
You can do it, Amanda! You can do it! Hey, just grab it, okay?
Grab onto it!
Come on, you got this, come on, it's just right there! Come on, no, it's okay. Amanda! No, stay, okay? Just hold on, just hold on! No!
Cave diving is notoriously dangerous, but when a simple 20-minute dive goes wrong, an astonishing outcome will stun the entire search team. This is the fatal breakdown of the Sterkfontein cave diving tragedy. Nuno Gomez had been exploring an unmapped
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. has destroyed a turret.
What is the
waiting for love. Thank the stars, it's Friday. I'm burning like a fire gone wild on Saturday. Guess I won't be coming to church on Sunday. I'll be waiting for love, waiting for love to come around.
expert scuba divers take on cave diving for the first time, their confidence and experience can work against them when catastrophe strikes. This is the fatal breakdown of the Jacobs well diving tragedy. In November of 1983, Richard Patton and Clark McConnell were students at Texas State University in San Marcos. They were both fairly experienced divers who were trying to obtain their instructor's certifications in open water diving. Texas State offered an advanced diving course, taught by a master diving instructor named Don Dibble. Don was a rescue diver with Hayes County, a former Navy.
If you were trained by dropping her phone in her friend's shoe, but that's when Hunter tells her a massive truth bomb. The woman insists she can't help her and reminds Becky that she's already dead. Suddenly, the girl remembers that earlier when she was trying to pull her back up, Hunter fell and landed on the satellite, dying from the impact. It was so traumatizing that she blocked it from her memory, and the woman realizes she's all alone with nobody left to help her. The next morning, a stray vulture flies over to the tower and begins eating away at Becky's rotting wound. But that was its biggest mistake. Becky is still alive and grabs a hold of the animal before brutally killing it. The woman is determined to survive, eating the bird raw as she comes up with a new plan, and with the last of her strength, Becky rappels down to her friend's dead body. The rope isn't long enough, so she unhooks herself and drops down, landing on the satellite. The woman quickly sends a text to her dad, telling him where she is, and sticks the phone into her friend's shoe. She then stuffs the shoe into the dead body and rolls Hunter over the edge, sending her plummeting below. It's the only way to make sure she gets help, and if this plan doesn't work, the girl's as good as dead. Later that night, Becky's dad is driving on the road, frantically looking for his daughter, and heads to the TV tower as fast as possible. He's received her message, but arrives at the scene to find emergency services already backing up a dead body. The man begins to break down in tears, thinking he's come too late, but that's when a voice calls out to him, and the dad sees his daughter is still alive. They're so relieved to see each other again. Tie the toes together through the eyelets. Then, the second shoelace can be used for us to swing our new hook and try catching it on the backpack's shoulder strap. It might be a long shot, but if they had done this, Hunter here wouldn't have gotten herself stranded on the satellite dish. Now, the girl thought to use the selfie stick so she could attach the backpack and jump onto the rope, but nobody stopped to realize that Becky here could have just moved the fucking rope to the left. This way, it would have lined up right above her friend, and she wouldn't have needed to risk jumping again. It's also possible that they could have gotten the rope within Hunter's reach. If you look here, you can see that the rope is looped around the pole with several knots and is stretching out at least half a meter to go around the platform. If it were me, I would head as much as 5 feet to the rope's length, and it's very likely the edge. This one simple fix could have added as much as 5 feet to the rope's length, and it's very likely that would be enough for Hunter here to reach it. Peeking over the platform, she's surprised to see her friend desperately hanging onto the bag, but her hands have become so injured from the fall that she can't climb up. With the girl's life at stake, Becky uses all of her strength and pulls on the rope her bottle, having her first drink in over a day, but Hunter reminds the woman they need to fly the drone out for help before it gets dark. Becky takes out a receipt and uses her friend's eyeliner to write a message explaining where they are and attaches it to the drone. Hunter points to a road that leads to a nearby motel, and activating autopilot, they watch it fly away, but there's a problem. Its battery is beginning to die out, and they need to retrieve it immediately or else it's going to crash. Nervous, Becky orders it to return, and the drone flies back as she manages to catch it right before it runs out of power. It was a close call, but they don't have a spare battery, and it seems like things are looking more hopeless by the minute. That night, Becky wakes up to find that her friend has disappeared and begins to panic. As she looks around to figure out what happened, a vulture suddenly attacks her from the air, and that's when she sees the woman lying dead on the platform. It's terrifying, but she's jolted awake from her nightmare to hear Hunter calming her down, and is relieved to see she's alive. Coming to her senses, the girl notices they've been illuminated by a blinking red glow, and that's when she realizes they can charge the drone using the light above them. The next morning, Becky puts on the bag and begins to climb the pole, hopeful that this will save their lives. Using all of her strength, she manages to reach the top and unscrews the cover to remove the bulb before inserting the prongs of the drone charger into the socket, but it's not working. They aren't long enough to reach, and Hunter tells the girl that she needs to put something metal inside so the power can be conducted. Thinking quickly, she takes off her gold wedding ring and sticks it in before jamming the prong back into the socket. Suddenly, the drone begins to charge, but it's going to take a while, and Becky has no choice but to stay on top until it's finished. Okay, this was great thinking. The girl recognized that all they needed to do was stick the prongs into the socket to charge the drone. It's incredibly resourceful, and technically, as long as the voltage is correct, it might actually work. But there's a huge problem. This drone is called a Sky DO2, and it takes about 2 hours to charge its batteries. But Becky here might not be able to last that long. Right now, the girl has been stranded here for 2 full days without anything to eat and an open wound that hasn't been treated. She's also virtually had no sleep at all, and the stress of the situation will be putting her nervous system into complete overload. The girl is in no shape to be hanging from a pole for 2 hours, but there might be a better way to get this done. If it were me, I would have tried taking my shirt off and carefully laid it over the charger, wrapping the rest of it around the pole. You can see here that there's even a hook we can use to secure the shirt, and this would help us make sure the charger doesn't come loose. Then, I would take the backpack and tie the shoulder and compression straps to the pole as well, making sure it's fixed as tightly as possible. Once I'm convinced that the bag isn't going to fall, I would climb back down and rest, waiting for the drone to finish charging. With that said, we still have to consider that this plan might not work. It's already been 48 hours, and the weaker we get, the less likely we are to survive long enough for someone to rescue us. That's why at this point, if something happens to the drone, I would be
In August of 2005, 5 young adults decided to explore a little-known underwater cave on the side of Y Mountain in Provo, Utah, nicknamed the Cave of Death. They had no idea of the deadly danger waiting inside. In the end, only one of them would return. This is the fatal breakdown of the Gollum Cave tragedy. On Wednesday, August 17th, a group of 5 friends went out for dinner, and they ended up discussing a secret cave on the side of Y Mountain. This mountain is next to the BYU campus, so many local students were aware of the cave's existence. 2 young cavers had fully surveyed Gollum's cave just a year before. It doesn't seem very hospitable at first glance, since it's covered in a foot of water and is only 4 feet tall. It requires those who enter to crouch down to walk along the nearly 100-foot entrance tunnel in a shallow stream. For most hikers, this would not be a fun idea, but for those who know about the secret cave inside, the challenge could be alluring. The secret part of this cavern requires you to lower yourself through an 18 by 24-inch water-filled hole in the ground. Even for those that know what lies on the other side, this daunting moment can halt even the boldest explorers. That night, the group decided to test themselves in this dark and uninviting cave. It was already tied before the door, so she had reassured the others that they would be able to hold their breath and swim the 15 feet to the other cave inside. Despite becoming hypothermic and passing out during her previous experience, she was still excited to show her friends this secret place. Blake Donner, Scott McDonald, and Ariel Singer all agreed to give it a try. A 5th, Blake Donner, Joseph Ferguson, decided to wait outside the main cave until they returned. With only a single flashlight, the 4 made their way to the small opening in the floor of the cave. It was now 4:30 in the morning and pitch black outside. One at a time, they worked up the courage to lower themselves into the narrow passage filled with cold water. Jennifer went first, since she was the only one who had been there before. They watched her head disappear under the water, and a small ripple when she moved through to the other end. The water-filled tunnel was no bigger than a refrigerator door, just 2 feet wide and 4 feet high. One by one, Blake, Scott, and Ariel each dropped in and followed the direction that Jennifer had indicated. There was a rope that was attached to a rock in the main cave. It led through the underwater tunnel and was tied to a piece of wood in the inner cave. With such a small tunnel space, a rope wasn't probably seen as necessary to lead back to the entrance hole. It would seem as if you couldn't miss it. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Brian Lamprey, a previous caver, stated that on his return, he overshot the exit hole and hit a dead end about 4 feet past the hole. In a frantic moment, he realized that a wall of rock surrounded him. He desperately pushed backwards, grasping at the ceiling until he came to the hole. The extra time that this took made him certain that this would end in death. He was extremely lucky to find the hole just a split second before he gasped in a lungful of water. On this day, all 4 had made the short swim to the small cave just 15 feet away. There was room for them to stand and move around just a little. The cave was basically 6.5 feet tall, with a peak in the center around 9 feet. This left about 3 feet of airspace above the water. Joseph sat waiting for his friends to return. He wasn't exactly sure how long they planned to stay in the cave. No clear plan had been established, so he just waited. After nearly an hour, he walked into the cave and looked at the watery hole, but there was no sign of the flashlight or movement of the group. It was now 5:30, and he wasn't sure what to do. He called a few friends who were familiar with the cave, and then eventually the police at 6:25 a.m. When they swam into the inner cave, they were probably nervous and out of breath with hearts racing with adrenaline. As soon as their faces escaped the water, they would have taken a deep breath of relief. Unfortunately, the air in this small space was likely bad air. In caving, this term refers to any air that is not composed of the normal 21% oxygen and 79% mainly nitrogen, with a few other gases at more negligible percentages. Because this cave was stagnant and the water source was closed, the carbon dioxide buildup would be very likely due to several causes. Little by little, as visitors spent time in the inner chamber, the oxygen would be depleted and carbon dioxide would build up. Carbon dioxide is also known to build up in limestone caves due to erosion and seepage from plant decay. There was also evidence that candles were left burning inside, which would have decreased the available oxygen. Having no airflow, carbon dioxide would have settled to a higher concentration at the water level. It would be a subtle evolution over time, and the friends visiting the secret cave would have had no idea about the air condition in the inner chamber. Even if the cavers had only stayed for just a few minutes, their diminished capacity to think, move, and breathe would make the return swim a dangerous endeavor. Once they were in this cave, they may have quickly understood that they couldn't breathe well, and that they should return immediately. Because the entrance hole was so small, only one person at a time could traverse the narrow tunnel and pull themselves up the exit hole. Jennifer exited first, but was unable to find the exit hole before running out of breath. She likely had a diminished capacity for breath holding and critical thinking. If the oxygen level was near 10 to 12% in the cave, she would have only had 60 seconds of breath holding before she would pass out. If the rope wasn't in her hand, then finding the opening would have been a frantic effort of feeling along the ceiling of the tunnel. In the cave, the other three would not have known that Jennifer was in a fight for her life. They were left in the dark, suffocating air of the inner cave. After counting for 30 or 60 seconds, Ariel would have been next to exit the secret cave. In a carbon dioxide level of just 2 or 3%, her respiration rate would have doubled. She would have been trying to take deep breaths before sliding her face under the water. Quickly swimming forward with her final burst of energy, she reached ahead to locate the opening. It would have been completely unreal to feel the body of your friend in this narrow, dark tunnel. It was supposed to be a clear passage, because there just wasn't room for two people to push their heads through the tight opening. In a moment of panic, Ariel would have been desperate to get air, and maybe not quite realize that her friend was unconscious and certainly close to death. At this point, Blake and Scott would have been breathing the bad air for several extra minutes in the dark. They each would have been feeling the effects of lower oxygen, higher carbon dioxide, and the panic associated with such an uncomfortable environment to breathe. After waiting a short time, the next friend entered the narrow, water-filled tunnel. Already in a diminished state, Blake would be eager to push through this swim as quickly as possible. He would have been so unnerved to encounter the two girls still floating in the water in front of him. The instant alarm would leave you confused about which way to go. The hole should be just in front of the person in front of you. He may have realized that Ariel wasn't moving, and he needed to push her towards the hole to save her. In a tunnel that was only 2 feet wide and 4 feet deep, moving past anyone, or pushing them forward, would be nearly impossible. The final caver, waiting in the dark inner cave alone, would have been suffering the longest. He was surely eager to get out of this place forever. His journey through the tunnel would be stopped short when he encountered his friends. In such a deficient state, he may have fallen unconscious very quickly. Once the authorities arrived, it was no simple task to try to rescue the friends who might be stuck in the inner cave. They immediately pumped air into the cave to attempt to restore any depleted oxygen levels. At the same time, they pumped out some of the water to create an airspace within the connecting tunnel for rescuers to enter. As soon as the water levels dropped a little, they discovered the body of Jennifer Galbraith floating just inside the tunnel. After pumping for another hour, they found the other three friends, Ariel, Blake, and Scott, all together facing towards the exit hole. From the
voice. How I missed them. They will come. We'll be. This suit hunts me manner I choose. They have no idea what lurks just
Evidence found at the scene, the information provided for another hour. They found the other three friends, Ariel, Blake, and Scott, all together facing towards the exit hole. From the evidence found at the scene, the information provided by Joseph Ferguson, autopsies confirming drowning as the cause of death, and accounts from other explorers who have struggled in the tunnel, we can determine what likely happened. It would be hard to imagine 4 healthy young adults drowning if there weren't some issues with the air. In a span of just 15 feet, 4 friends drowned. They were bold young people, between 18 and 28 years old, in the prime of their lives. After the recovery of their bodies, the cave entrance was filled with concrete to prevent cavers from entering and possibly losing more lives.
Get up, stand firm, strike hard. The void is not so much a place. It is a power reaching out to consume all life.
We're dead.
This. Learn from me. Vision can make all the difference. The skin grows restless. It needs to feed. If it doesn't,
Sayang na naman.
Ally has been slain.
Now, I do not know. This is why I survived. For the moment, the hunt. My turn.
An ally has been slain. A good day for a hunter. Ally has been slain.
Moving Done it before. Void rule number 1. Don't die. Let them come to us. Power, not hate. I like it here. I just can't stay. Tell yourself you will live.
Double kill.
skin is cooling. The needles.
Shut down.
I will make a difference. This second skin gave me a second life. I will not take it for granted.
Enemy has been slain. Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
I came for the hunt.
An enemy has been slain.
When 6 men entered a tight cave system to help out with some important mapping work, they thought they would be in for an adventurous day in the deep tunnels of Mossdale Caves. The harsh reality of what they would face is absolutely stunning. This is the fatal breakdown of the Mossdale caving tragedy. In June of 1967, 10 explorers entered the Mossdale Cave system to explore and help clear some of the deeper passages for further mapping. These passages were not well documented by caving standards, but the two leaders of the group felt confident in their ability to navigate the group carefully. 26-year-old leader Dave Adamson and his friend Jeff Boireau had explored Mossdale many times before. This cave system was not much of a touring cave. There were very few areas where a person could fully stand. It was mostly grueling crawls or squeezing through wet spaces filled with rocks and mud. That's why after a few hours, 4 of the group members, 2 men and 2 women, turned back as planned. Dave Adamson's fiancée was one of these casual cavers. Morag Forbes was thrilled to be getting married to Dave in less than a month. These adventurers, who only planned a light day of exploring, exited the cave around 5 o'clock. The skies were overcast, but nothing clearly threatening. Dave and Jeff continued deep underground with their 4 caving friends assisting with equipment and tools. Colin Vickers, John Ogden, and Bill Frakes were top cavers. At just 17 years old, Michael Ryan was the youngest member. At this point in the day, the men were starting their crawl through the Far Marathon Passage. This claustrophobic tunnel is the length of 3 football fields, over 900 feet of narrow rock with a light stream of water along the bottom. Far Marathon Passage must be maneuvered in a single direction because it's only 18 inches by 12 inches, barely enough room for an average-sized person to pull themselves along. Imagine crawling in a space not much bigger than your computer screen. Shoulders pinned forward without room to spread your arms or reach back to your waist or legs. Turning around is not an option. Once you squeeze in, you are committed for at least an hour. Near Marathon and Far Marathon are each 900 feet long crawls. There is a small 5-foot area between the two where a caver can partially stand before starting the next section. As the men reach the last section of Far Marathon, there is a further narrowing and a tight squeeze to push yourself through. The goal was to reach this next section of the caving system to clear out passages for further mapping. Around this time, Morag had come back to the entrance to see if the men were done yet, but she didn't see any signs that the cavers were coming out. The rain had started to fall, though nothing too alarming. Underground, they were preparing to clear passages, but noticed the streams had increased and groundwater levels rising just slightly. It would certainly have caught their attention, but may not have registered as a true threat to their mission. At some point, the water levels became disturbing. The men would have heard the increasing volume of flow, as well as felt the rising water at their feet. Knowing they were 3 hours from the entrance, the decision was made to end their work for the day. Dave knew this cave system better than anyone, so they were sure he would know when to lead them out safely. Unfortunately, they had no idea just how much water was coming their way. Morag had returned to the cave entrance a final time at 9 o'clock. She was utterly horrified to see a lake of water collected around the entrance to the cave system. It was fully submerged and completely inaccessible. Her fear and desperation fueled a frantic 3-mile run to get help. The men were moving back up the far...
Natalo ka kanina, sana. Sa main account mo.
Yun. Wala, malala na kampi dyan sa account na yun, kaya dito na din ako naglalaro eh.
Buti nga dito sa ano mo, medyo ano na eh. Ayos-ayos yung MMR.
Sobra mga support eh. Lagi na support problema eh.
Tangin na, totoo.
Ito, nung yung mga talo ko dito, support yung problema. Dito sa account na to. Kahit sa isang account eh.
Bakit nangyari kanina sa support?
Wala. Ewan ko, parang mga tao maglaro eh.
Hindi mga ano?
Mga pa, tataas ng ego. Tataas to.
Ang puta. Mga autofill yan eh.
Kasi may mga emerald pang support eh. Yung pinakaya ko sa lahat, emerald na support eh. Emerald o plat. Okay pa gold eh.
Mga boosted.
Mga gold, sumusunod lang.
Passage. Though the water level had risen, They had no choice but to get back to a higher chamber as quickly as possible. This extreme distance in such a confining chamber was panic-inducing with such a heavy stream of water coming at them. All their experience taught them to be calmly but efficiently to get through this intimidating reality. Sure, they would emerge on the other side of the higher chamber. Young Michael and experienced Jeff were the first two to squeeze through the tight starting section of the return. A body could barely fit through portions of this passage. The cavers had to literally squeeze themselves past the rock and pull themselves forward with just their arm strength. Their rubber boots would be towing along the sides to help leverage forward as fast as possible. This time, the water would be coming right at their faces instead of following behind. Jeff Boireau was familiar with the ebb and flow of water in Mossdale. Surely he knew that a swift effort in Far Marathon would get he and Michael safely beyond the risky passage, and
Want me to pull your foot? Hold on.
Yeah! The Albato birth canal!
Oh my God. That's so good. Okay. Want me to pull your foot? Hold on.
Yeah! The Albato birth canal!
Oh my God. That's awesome. That's so good.
Why did Ryan Reynolds ask for a lower budget for the upcoming Deadpool and Wolverine movie? He requested a budget lower than what Disney was prepared to offer because he remembered that the first Deadpool was a huge success, partly due to the constant time and budget limitations. These constraints created an atmosphere that encouraged more creativity. Why did Ryan Reynolds ask for a lower budget for the upcoming Deadpool and Wolverine movie?
Yes, 4-ingredient high-protein cookie dough. Add peanut butter and sugar-free maple syrup. Now add a scoop of whey protein and mix that bitch. And lastly, mix in chocolate chips. This is tasty and perfect for curbing your cravings. Yes, 4-ingredient high-protein cookie dough. Add peanut butter and sugar-free maple syrup. Now add a scoop of whey protein and mix that bitch. And lastly, mix in chocolate chips. This is tasty and perfect.
It's not.
Curved swords are less efficient than straight swords at transferring the force of a thrust, which is why dedicated anti-armor thrusting weapons are usually straight. But against the parry that might set aside a straight blade, the curved sword might just pass around. Curved swords are less efficient than straight swords at transferring the force of a thrust, which is why dedicated anti-armor thrusting weapons are usually straight. But against the parry that might set aside a straight blade, the curved sword might just pass around. Curved swords are less efficient than straight swords at transferring the force of a thrust, which is why dedicated anti-armor thrusting weapons are usually straight. But against the parry that might set aside a straight blade, the curved sword might just pass around. Curved swords are less efficient than straight swords at transferring the force of a thrust, which is why dedicated anti-armor thrusting weapons are usually straight. But against the parry that might set aside a straight blade, the curved sword might just pass around. Curved swords are less efficient than straight swords at transferring the force of a thrust, which is why dedicated anti-armor thrusting weapons are usually straight. But against the parry that might set aside a straight blade, the curved sword might just pass around. Curved swords are less efficient than straight swords at transferring the force of a thrust, which is why dedicated anti-armor thrusting weapons are usually straight. But against the parry that might set aside a straight blade, the curved sword might just pass around. Curved swords are less efficient than straight swords at transferring the force of a thrust, which is why dedicated anti-armor thrusting weapons are usually straight. But against the parry that might set aside a straight blade, the curved sword might just pass around. Curved swords are less efficient than straight swords at transferring the force of a thrust, which is why dedicated anti-armor thrusting weapons are usually straight.
Sana di lang ng
Yo.
Gampron dies early. Autofilled pa yung fresh nila.
Yo.
Level si Ben.
Yo.
Summoner's Rift.
Art must exist beyond reason.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
No poet's words could match my craft.
Minions have spawned.
I am the singer without a voice, the dancer without legs.
Oh, hello, buddy.
The ecstasy of opening night.
Bro, what the hell?
I am at my best only during the performance.
An enemy has been slain.
Loko.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Like a flower in the dawn. I serve a discerning clientele. Behind every mask is another mask.
An ally has been slain. An enemy
I'm dead.
has been slain.
Nakakabili.
An ally has been slain.
Buti namatay ako sa kanya. Nagpaswap sa'yo bigla.
My clients expect the best.
Nothing.
You have slain an enemy.
Bliss comes only in the moment before our fire. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4.
Yung may pag-sub yan, bahala siya dyan. Papataba ako dito.
Now that is what I want to see.
Gusto niya, nag-bent up siya. Wala lang talaga DS niya.
Patay ito. Ay, sayang. Wala na. Smite it, boy.
Patay na si boss. Ay, hindi pa.
My theater is the mind. With my technique, killing blooms into artwork.
Wala akong... Dito kasi bawa niya.
Shall transcend. Life has no meaning. Just prepare and parry. Let's start the show. I knew we would find your mark eventually. If I get this outfit dirty, I'm going to be so annoyed.
An enemy has been slain.
I wonder what they think when they see me.
Hindi ako mabilis.
I live for the applause. You will die for it. I was paid to put on a killer show.
You have slain an enemy.
You've awoken something deep inside me. The face of your kingdom.
Bilis naman ang pinya.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Push ka na lang mid. Wala na kaso dito.
What sweet sadness is killing?
Ah, hindi ba ito nag-uwi? What the hell? Okay.
I am a slave to this passion.
Pwede dumalo.
Uwi na tayo. Yeah.
You will learn
Sige, sige.
what beauty truly is.
Kaya dyan ah. Ayun na nga.
No! No!
Wala.
Tangina nung poison. Hindi ako makapag-win roll doon. Ang lapit niya masyado.
Everyone wears a mask.
Ngayon, wala na yun. Uwi yan. Ano na bounty ko? Or hindi?
It's real to see.
Ganito na to. Good man.
I am the lotus blossom. Beauty.
Unahan niya. Yan na. Third.
Hindi ako maka-ano.
Hindi. Ang good.
Hindi ako naka-ulti dun. Ang bilis mo ganun.
It's so difficult to work under these conditions. With my the ecstasy of killing.
May bowling. Sige. Ito man. Kasama dito ito.
Has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Ba? Pipilit pa ba ito? Wala, wag na. Ako nga focus. Ay, ayun. I miss you. Ang tanga nila. Sugod to, gago. Ayun. Ginagawa nila.
Ewan ko yun.
Tangin na pinatulog eh.
Gago.
Ayun o, libre. Ay, wala.
Wala kasi ulti.
Ano nagdikit eh. Bakit?
My critics are
Na-trap ako. Ayop. Wala pa akong windwall. Pala hinintay ko muna.
Mga natin nag... Hindi ginapit friends. Nagagot. Buti walang ano, trap si boss. Hindi, liyan mo. Ayun lang.
Oh my god, I'm dead! Timing ah.
I knew you would find her.
Mali ako.
Ito.
Interrupted. How can I be expected to work? A costume, some makeup, a spray of blood.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I live for the applause. You will die for it.
Dami nila dito.
Deep inside me.
Basta yung kate lang ultihan mo, man. Wag na ako. Okay, sige. Pwede to, itong kate. I mean,
Wala akong windwall, shit. Walang flash yung ball.
Ano nga? Ano? Wait kasi yung problema eh. Ingat ka sa dadashan mo pala man nilalagay ng trap ng token.
And screams. I bring bow.
Tsaka baka mapunish ka kasi counter ka na ito eh.
Hindi pala, ba't wala ako?
Ano kaya ako?
Kaya ko yung volley nila eh.
I never hurt anyone. It is the performance.
Wala pa palang item volley nila.
Tikas tayo dito.
Punta sa akin.
Death should never be different. It should be an opera.
Rather.
What? Naglalag ako?
Yeah man, push mo lang bot. Hindi tempted.
Sige, push ko. Papunta na rin S din eh.
Mag-isa lang man.
Saan yun? Saan yung buka? Ang gago. Saan ako?
Sabi ano? Ingat.
Tulong na lang ako.
Hindi natin.
Oh.
Kill ko na lang.
Ay, gago ka! I'm dead! Sayang.
These were clearly designed by a caveman.
Ito rin.
Life has no meaning. Your death shall.
Yun o, talaga. Ay, gago, nakakabot pa.
Ano lang. Pilit ka lagi.
a certain cruelty. Until they stop me, I will keep going.
Patay.
An ally has been slain.
Smile. Everyone's watching.
Dumb question. It's a magic time crystal.
I shall choreograph this affair. In carnage, I bloom like a flower in the dawn. I knew he would find their mark eventually. I live for the applause. You will die for it. They will dance. They will sing. They
Diba basta-basta pala mag-windwall man ah. Pang-counter natin sa amin. Tayo na naman ito.
An enemy is legendary.
I provide catharsis for my clients and my victims.
Game na.
You've awoken something deep inside me.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
Yan. Kami ka sentro mo. Kamben, lagi nakamatay.
Your turret has been destroyed.
My work asks questions, never has answers.
Fight na to, fight na to. Ramdam yan.
Eh, kasi pa yun.
Ay, tara.
Fucking no.
Kaya bumaba rin.
I must wait until the
Ito
compensation.
na lang, Ocean Drake. Sabay na yung Caitlyn. Ocean Drake.
Hindi kaya. Huwag niyo sundan yung Ben. Go.
I am the lotus blossom. Beauty.
Eh, patay ako. Hindi ako maka-ward ng maayos eh. Wala na.
I am pure. My work is pure.
Gago sayang. Wala na.
The face of your killer is identical to mine. With my technique, killing blooms into artwork. This performance needs more zazz.
has been destroyed.
Defable.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Through my work, you shall transcend.
Ayun lang man ah. Wait lang.
Ay, gawa naman.
My audience.
Ito lang nangyari. Wait lang. Tara.
Hindi ako makalapit, tang ina. Hindi akong puta.
No man, no.
Because I was allowed. Blood has no meaning, but your death shall.
Wait. Wala talagang kwenta tong Bane na.
Gayan, tang ina. Pinatagaan niya eh.
Ito, libre to. Okay. Windwall man.
Okay, guys, please.
Double kill.
My genius will be understood eventually. This comes only in the moment before.
Paano kayo may carry to? Yun na muna ng dragon.
They are puppets. I pull their
Ngayon na
strings,
muna.
and then they dance. There is art here, waiting.
Wait lang ako.
Oh my. Oh my god, patay na naman.
Grabe to.
I swear
Back
each
man, back.
performance is the last, but I lie every time. You've awoken something deep inside me.
Ito na ito.
I can't live without the euphoria of performance.
Bak kaya dyan, man.
The face of your killer is identical to mine. This art is an impression. I cannot resist it.
Full crit to si boss eh.
Hirap mag-face check.
Huwag ka mag-face check. Palta mo na to, man. Gawin mo naman. Bro.
This will be easier if blood came and walked with us.
Kailangan mapitas natin tong Kate eh. Tara, tara. Lain ng Kate.
Hindi, Kate ah.
Kate din lang ah.
Layo ng Kate.
Libre to. Oh, gago ka. End na to, man. End na to, gago. Ang ina nyo, doon kayo nagkamali.
Gago.
Sige, end na to.
Happiness is
Gago, okay.
Ayan.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a
Yun lang.
ally has been slain.
Si Caitlyn na?
Bakit ba ayaw nyo makinig sa bumubuhat sa inyo? Putang inang ini, umuwi eh.
Now that is what I want to see. I want to feel everything. The gun makes it so I do. The trigger on a loaded weapon, it whispers for us to act. Your final scene begins.
Ang libre oh. Oy, pasalo naman. Ito, Caitlyn oh. Ay, sayang. Up, wait. Pa-HP ka muna, man.
Pwede ka muna push yung top bago ano.
Ito, gago. Putukan, tangina nyo ah.
End. Ito ngayon, double.
Breathe in the atmosphere.
Parang double na to. Ang ina nyo. Binuhat ko itong mga bobong to eh. Sasalita pa eh. Ang ina na ito mga to eh. End na yun eh. Nag-back yung dalawa.
Tangina ng Nautilus ito nagsalita pa eh.
Ang ina na ito. Pwede eh.
Re-report ko nga itong Nautilus.
Mga mga bobong yun. Re-report ko din yan.
Tangina para di ko maging kakampi. Hayop eh.
Oh, 80k yung bawas ko eh. Yeah. Sige. Ano eh. Normal naman ako. Okay. Ito yung top nire-report ko gabi.
Report talaga to sa akin. Tangina.
Walang ginagawa. Yung cute na itong top natin, walang ginagawa eh.
Ang ina.
Split push nga, hindi rin eh.
Ayop na ano yun eh. Ano to?
Wala, hindi marunong tong kate. Kala ko nung una, ay gabi, smart din pala siya. Mas malakas ako sa'yo pa. Smart din pala yung top, kaya pala eh.
Bakit? Ano ba na?
Level 37. Emerald na siya. Hindi, parehas lang pala kami.
Yung ano, platform.
Tagal kang di namatay doon ah. Ilang mali yun?
Hindi ka nga mahabol eh. Tayo na eh.
Hindi na, buti na lang eh. Anong damage ko? 100k sa amin. Wala, lalambot na nila eh.
Katangin. Nagsisred na lang yung mga armor ang po. Tapos sana yung volley eh. Akala ko magaling yung volley, tangina. Ano pa naman ako?
Ano yan? Ito lang kasi yan, yung ball. Oo na lang yan. Hindi siya naka-Chinese build eh. Ay, Korean build eh.
Na-intimidate ako eh.
Gago. Bolivar kasi eh. Kapag volley, parang malakas na eh.
Pero tangina nung binil niya yung Sunderer po, tangina sabi ko. Wala, parang di yata marunong to eh.
Chinese build sana kasi hindi pala Chinese build eh.
Hindi Chinese bata. Pinoy eh.
Ayun nga, Pinoy. Ano yun? Sarap ka.
Yan talo.
Laka na ng ano eh. ID ko nung ano eh, huli eh.
Umabot 900.
Nailan ang ba ID ko? 875 lang. Ba't ang baba pala? 875.
875. Gago ko 900.
Yan eh. Wala ako rin eh.
Hindi sa bagay, armor penetration din eh. Lethality. Pasok talaga sa armor.
Okay, that's smart. Siguro kung pinaltan ko yung static ko, binawa kong ano, PT.
Ayun, pwede pa. Makakaano
1k yan.
Ay, 1k pa. Ang na downfall natin 14 minutes.
Ano?
Downfall natin nung larong yun 14 minutes.
Oo, scale lang tayo eh. Buti rin marunong yung jungle eh. Saktuhan lang. Eh, yung bench ako Nautilus eh.
Ito lang isa pa.
Ito lang isa. Counter mo rin sila eh. Main goal eh.
Buti may wind wall ako nung ano.
Putang nga naman sa'yo ng support.
Baka yung ano naman yung paggabi.
Siyempre pick yan paggabi. Ayoko support yung mga ano.
Hugging lang sa bot.
Oo. Yan yun eh. Parang bading eh.
No roaming ang puta.
Isang room, walang ano. Susubo lang eh.
Akaliban.
Walang bawas yung Bane. Bakit kasi yung build ng Bane? PD agad siya.
Hindi muna siya ano ba unahin dun? Boots muna.
Yung pang damage, better pang boots pwede. Ayun, after nun pang damage. Pero kung ipipili mo agad dyan, wala kang damage. Binan yung Jin eh. Tangina. Ayun na nga lang counter ko kay Draven.
Ano yung Krugs? Ay, ko pala.
Ang kulit nga ako yung Krog eh, pero hindi ako nag-type eh. Tapos Krog yung nag-type, ha?
What the fuck?
Natali ako.
Ay, magandang matchup dito.
Bangs.
Ba... Hindi ako kasi matulungan guys eh.
Ano may nakakating jungle? Ba't pala hindi ka nag-gayon eh?
Yun eh.
Ah.
Hindi ko trip yung ano niya. Yung E. Tanga na pagbalik mo, nakaabang na lahat eh. Ay, may maganda naman yung ano niya, panay mobility. Hirap lang patamahin ng ulti niya. True.
Naman, fit up. Ay, saktuhan pala eh, Jax eh. Huwag naman, train lang eh. Touch mo na lang, par. Ito.
Wala na.
Wala na.
Gago, eh di ano, Garen ano? Jungle?
Kaya ano yung problem. O, ewan ko. May kulang sa amin.
Anong gulo nung compound po.
Wala nga eh.
Draven mid.
Oh, gago.
Tulong guys.
Ang iyot pa dyan eh. Huwag ka lang magpapapok, man. Bilig. First item mo yun yung ano. I mean yung starting item mo yung ano. Yung below. Yung shield.
Immortal.
Hindi. Yung ano. Yung Doran shield.
Ah, Doran, oh.
Oo, kasi yun eh. Ngiyuting ka yun eh. Balagbagin mo pag may
Kala ko kaya nagago. Iyot ako dito. Mali pang runs.
I move toward the vengeance I deserve.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Baka ay bullshit. Ingat man, may tropa pits yan.
30 seconds
Oh,
a summoner has reconnected.
suppression.
Nag-flash din yun? Okay. Nasa tanga na network. Ako yung walang flash.
Sayang, magalan lang sa amin.
Minions have spawned.
Ayun na, nagbalagbaga na. Ayun na nga. Tuwi ka dyan, Jox. Naka-ignite yan eh. Joke lang.
But my hatred seethes.
Ano ba to?
Ah! Uy!
Oh,
Ang ina na ito, ba't nasa mid yan? Pag na-expect ko lang ADC mo, gago.
May galit ata sa akin to. Nakalaro ba natin to? Ang ina.
Wala pala XP ADC niya.
Yun, nag-build yung push niya.
Kasi wala akong flash kaya ako dinalaw. Kaso wala akong damage yung Raven nun eh.
First blood.
Ay, hilig siya.
An enemy has been slain.
Wala na pa. Ay, lalaw na sila.
Uy, ako.
Going bot pa, kaya po.
Papunta sa inyo. Walang exhaust pala.
An enemy has been slain.
Mali akong trade.
Potentially spy.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Hindi.
naman tong Garen? Parang...
Garen man. Hit na.
Enemy has been slain.
Parang nakala mo ML eh.
At ano ba ginagawa? Kaya man, balag-balagan.
No? Nagpo-proxy.
Pag proxy niya, nakaharap niya si Johnson na.
Ginagawang ML ang puta.
Ay, may lang fit eh.
Nandito lang po, pinapalagan niya yung jacks. Tanginang kitang puta.
Lagtapan.
Kala mo sayang lang eh. Palagyan mo.
An ally has been slain.
Fight for refuge. For revenge.
Ayun. Patay Jax? Gago wag. Patay Jax. Joke lang, walang pakialam.
Libre oh.
Darken or human. I was always a weapon.
La! Hindi ako naka-first! Utang ina naman! Patay yun, oh. Hindi naka-first. Gago, patay sa ano eh.
Oo nga, trabaho lang kami sa bot.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Bakit?
Hindi ko mabili yung boots. Gago, uwi na naman ako.
Baka wala ka dun sa bilog. Tawag ng tipi ka.
Ano? Uy, putang ina, sayang tipi ko.
Kapag-diamond ka dito eh, no? Ano yun? Ngayong ano? Susubukan mo ngayong split. Meron ko na ng last lang naman. Alam ko.
Pwede ngayong season kung may oras ako. Kung kaya ng oras. Pero pag hindi, man. Iwas talong sa dito sa gaya. Hindi naman marunong yung Draven eh. Ang sakit lang eh.
Galing yung mga ano naman.
Pupunta sa inyo, Draven? Push ko na lang to.
Yan. Patay namin yun. Ito naman si Trender.
Tara. Ano daw?
Trinda kasi. Asan si Trinda? Medyo ko eh. Walang exhaust pala yung Raven lagi. Patay na yun sa red. Ay, hindi pala. Ano, smite. Kaya men, kuha ka na plating dyan. Kung break mo. Or uwi ka ata. Tapos ulit mo.
Liar na lang. Tara, liar. Ayun lang, wala siyang snipe.
Ginamit niya sa dragon.
Ingat na lang sa kayana.
Hindi ko nga nakikita.
Yun nga rin, hindi ko na nakikita eh. Oh.
An ally has been slain.
Ay, patay.
Ay,
Collector. Loading.
tanga na. Naano ako. Nagmukha akong tanga dun. Ay, bad. Akin ang pintat. Hindi kaya na.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Dobok! Totoo nga gago, di marunong.
Shut down.
Di marunong mag-kite yung Draven, men.
Ano? Walang vision.
Sa complete. Going. Pwede magano. Ayun, palaga natin yun. Saan ko pupunta?
Ito sa Draven ko lang. What the fuck? Di show me po. Help!
Killing spree.
Oh, DR. ARH.
Lagi walang smite sa train na ito yung objective. Pinang-smite sa kalaban.
Pinantutulongis niya eh. Pang secure kill.
Ano nga eh.
Takbo. Walang ward. Ay, gago, pwede ako lumigot.
Pagkain mo na yan eh.
Wala. Salamat, boss. Sa akin yun. Ay, gago. Ay, balik ka.
Hindi inapindan. Oh.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oo, gago, ginagamit niya sa kalaban. Nakatay. Yun nung po proxy. Dabaw sa puta.
Magana yun eh.
Ideko.
Rampage.
She dead.
Ano, Draven?
Gago, tara. Pwede yan. Ano mag-kite yung Draven eh.
Ano yung problema na ito? Talag to. Help!
Tarat man.
Oh shit. Nice one. Okay, pwede pala to. Healing time. Puro lethality nakikita akong pena eh. Ata.
Sakit yan pag nakano eh.
Oh shit, si Garen man. Ano flash yun? Ang sakit kapag?
Pag naka-full lethality. Tapos yung may stock.
Sige. Ano pa, double kill yan? Ay, lang, may tropa pits.
Kaya yun eh, parang bot lang tong Draven eh. Nakakolect ka agad early. Kaya ko kaya, focus may tropa.
Down. Trabaho lang to siya na eh. Si kami na, isa lang yung goal niya eh.
Ano?
Ito, puro objective lang siya eh. Traditional gameplay yung palas eh. Magano.
May angk pala dito.
For second. Okay. Side comment. Oh shit.
Nasa lubong ko bigla.
Kung anong Dorin yun.
What? Ang suswerte, the fuck? Sa side na lang ako. Tulungan ko mag-side push naman. Yep. Sakit naman ng third mo rin.
Ayun. Pinate ko na.
Nag-flash up. Patay yun. Ay, mauswerte palagi ng Diana.
Ayun.
Kaya ano to? Baka na sa inyo. Ay, ito.
Ay, isang kamukha na. Oh shit, where to run? What the fuck was?
Nag-split pa siya.
Trabaho lang tong ano, yung dalawa nating tropa. So,
300 ako sa Jax.
oo, nagsaside lang sila, tsaka ano. Yan ang goal nila, push. Ayun lang. Dapat mag-ako.
Push ko to.
Ito.
Darken or human, I was always a weapon.
Sakit ng Garen eh. Kaya ka niyan eh.
Mga stride breaker kasi puta. Slow talaga ako dun. Sa akin. May blitz pa.
Ang dami na. Blitz. Nagtaka ako sino Blitz. Nasa R6. Blitz lang nga pala yun.
Tangina, may nakachill dito. Natakbo.
Mata ito B1.
Kapanta sa inyo. Likod niya. Ganyan, dyan yung blitz. Tangina niya.
Takbo! Pinabaho ko lang. Tatlo yan, gagi. Okay men, carry top mo lang. Sayang.
Tangina, hindi ako makatakbo. Grabe slow nung gari.
Ano yung dalawa natin? Eh.
Wala silang pakialam eh.
Yan nga. Nasa makuha sila. Paano makainhi yan? Para about yung bet natin.
Oh, hindi makakapush pala may kaparasyon lang yun.
Hindi bago na siya. Grabe oh. Perseverance eh.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Trabaho lang.
Trabaho lang eh oh. Walang yamang.
Walang pakisakyan. Walang pakisakyan.
Grabe ka. Tingnan natin. Lagi ka naman walang libre ko. Punap ka. Siya din ba? Tagal mag-push na natin.
Push ko tong bot. Nandiyan naman sa inyo lahat eh. Yeah, good yeah. Indeed.
Nag-i-inhale kasi boss. Kaya nag-push mo lang.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Kaya nag-i-ito. Yun lang, late yung ulti na boss. Kaya man-inhale din yan. Trabaho ka lang dahil. Wala palang flash yung Raven.
Oh my.
Oh my. Walang flash yung Raven. Kaya na yan lang. Gara nasa top eh.
Ayoko na, ang dami na nila dito.
Yun lang. Tara, baron na tayo.
Nagulat ako biglang sumulipot.
Shock. Puro. Wala silang AP eh. Oh, man ako. Oh, nee.
Gago. Full crit from Draven.
The fire of retribution with a heart's light.
Hindi ka pa nakain?
Okay na. Siya to. Tara, baron tayo. Uy, who the fuck is this?
Uy, ikutan ko yan.
Okay.
Fucking dead, bro.
Yes. Bilis eh. Quantum dance na kasi.
Tao to.
Your team has destroyed.
May tao yan. Tara, get na lang natin to. Sige, walang titibag sa atin. May sasama. Gago, umuwi si Karen man.
I'm dead. Hindi na ako makawala ng mini.
Kahit baran tayo. Oh shit. Grabe yung kunat niya.
Oh, men.
Oo. Kailangan mo yung damage ata eh. Damage na din pala yung ano. Pinda.
Oh, patay.
Kaya pero mabaho niya. 30 kaya niya yan si ano, si Karen eh. Ay hindi, mabilis ko na yun. Sige men, end na to.
Hindi ko nakabulan yun.
Oo, walang makakahabol dyan. Proxy god sa'yo, naghahanap ng minion eh. Ayun, wala na, patay na kayo. Pinasyan na.
Grabe yung bilis ah.
Out ka na. Ano naman. Hindahan na.
Dead na naman. Grabe yun. Hindi ako makatower hug. Ay, hindi ako makatower lock.
Patay na naman ako. Si Trinday, nahabol pa rin niya si Karen eh. Di mahabol yan par.
Ang dami yung Elder, gago.
Wag. Win condition nila Elder, gago, naga-Elder. Tae.
Patay. Elder ba? Gago. Okay.
Ay sige, enda doon eh boss. Tara. Oh! Sangin na kasi yung kaya na umuwi. Okay. Kaya, ayan o. Takbuhan mo yung Elder ko. Pero,
Hindi kayo uuwi.
oh my god. Trabaho lang.
Kako pati nahabol pa yun. Wala silang damage. Grabe.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Ano nang dib mo? Gold ka na?
Gold 350 ata. 50 LP.
Kaya,
Tagal mag-loading eh.
baka GG's na muna ako men. Sumasakit na ulo ko. Hindi na pa ako naglalaro eh.
GG.
And bukas